Our special guests are arriving.
我们的特别嘉宾很快就要入场了，所以请大家尽快的就座。各位阁下，尊敬的代表，大家早！欢迎大家参加亚太经社会第78届会议。请大家跟我一起欢迎我们的特别嘉宾入场。联合国大会第76届会议主席Abdullah Shahid 先生阁下，Wichwa Isorapati 是泰国外交部副部长，舒淇。
Le président, le vice-ministre des Affaires étrangères de Thaïlande et le président de la 77e session de la commission, Madame secrétaire de la CESAP et sous-secrétaire général des Nations Unies. Excellences, chers délégués, avant d'entamer nos travaux, j'aimerais attirer votre attention sur quelques communications importantes. Veuillez, s'il vous plaît, noter qu'une interprétation simultanée à distance est à votre disposition par les bons soins des Nations Unies afin de faciliter la communication, étant donné qu'il existe 6 langues officielles dans le système de l'ONU, dont 4 sont utilisées par la CESAP. Nous rappelons aux participants qu'ils doivent rester conscients des difficultés.
Likelihood of disruptions to the audio feed to the interpreters. Only the speech or intervention in the original language is authentic and constitutes an authentic record of the proceedings. In case of any inconsistency between the interpretation and the speech or intervention in the original language, the latter shall prevail. In addition, interpreters servicing remote meetings cannot be held liable for interpretation of service, held be liable for interruption of service, pixelation, freezing, or loss of visual input, partial or complete loss of audio, audible artifacts, unauthorized access to personal or confidential data, leaking of information due to inadequate soundproofing, and/or data loss. Finally, as part of the COVID-19 preventive measures, we kindly request you to keep the mask on in the conference room, except when you take the floor. In that case, please kindly use the microphone covers that are available next to each of the delegates' microphones. Thank you very much for your attention. We're now ready to get underway, and at this time, we will begin the opening ceremony with a video of the traditional flag parade of the members and associate members of the Commission. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, may I now request Her Excellency Mrs. Suchitra Durai, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of India to ESCAP, the acting chair of the 77th session of the Commission, to preside over the meeting. Thank you, ma'am.
Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, the meeting is called to order. It's an honor and privilege for me to join you today to preside over the closing of the 77th session of the Commission. It's also a pleasure to see delegates back into the room after 2 Commission sessions held entirely online, although many delegates are still connected online due to the ongoing pandemic. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the chair of the 77th session, His Excellency Mr. Mukhtar Tlyuberdi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan, could not be with us today, but has sent a video message. May I ask the conference room officers to play the video?
Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Kazakhstan highly commends a crucial role played by ESCAP in promoting inclusive and sustainable economic and social development, reducing inequalities and expanding opportunities to the people in Asia and the Pacific, the largest and the fastest growing region of the world. The ESCAP's significance is becoming even more essential today when the entire humanity is facing global transformation amid unprecedented challenges. The outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic more than 2 years ago pushed some 90 million people back into extreme poverty, caused widespread socio-economic impacts and disruption across Asia-Pacific. During the 77th session of the Commission, members of ESCAP continued fruitful and effective cooperation towards building back better from crisis. Since we began the work of the 77th session in April 2021, the Commission has largely focused on vital issues, including supporting countries in Asia-Pacific respond to and recover from the pandemic. 7th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction focused on strengthening resilience to all types of disaster and both natural and biological hazards through scaling up integrated regional and sub-regional cooperation strategies. 3rd session of the Committee on Macroeconomic Policy, Poverty Reduction and Financing for Development highlighted the need to reorient economic stimulus towards a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future for all, and decided to establish the consultative group on financing strategies for the SDGs. 2nd Ministerial Conference on Civil Registration and Vital Statistics in Asia and the Pacific resulted in adopting the Ministerial Declaration on building a more resilient future with inclusive civil registration and vital statistics aimed at increasing the number of national birth and death registrations with an emphasis on reaching the most vulnerable populations. 4th Ministerial Conference on Transport adopted a Ministerial Declaration and the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Connectivity for 2022 and 2026, which contains accelerated and transformational changes towards more resilient, environmentally sustainable and safer transport and mobility services in the region. Finally, the 9th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development provided good opportunity to discuss among ESCAP countries progress in implementing the SDGs, highlight the main challenges. During the forum, countries of the region, including Kazakhstan, benefited from external assessment and shared their experience to enhance preparatory work for their voluntary national reviews to be represented at the high-level political forum on SDGs in New York in July. This is only a sample of the work accomplished by the Commission while a lot remains to be done through deepened partnership and all stakeholders to increase our collective resilience to future crises. Ladies and gentlemen, this year the Commission commemorates the 75th anniversary of its establishment. The need for multilateralism and regional cooperation is as great today as it was 75 years ago, but countries in the region can now look to one another for solutions and provide the rest of the world with blueprint to follow. It's vital that we build on achievements so far and further strengthen regional cooperation. Let me express once more my sincere gratitude to the ESCAP Secretariat for its constant support in strengthening mutually beneficial cooperation among the distinguished nations of Asia and the Pacific. In conclusion, I would like to wish the newly elected chair of the 78th session every success. I believe that the new chair will contribute to reaching practical results within the Commission and will enable all members to achieve certain progress in sustainable development. Therefore, I look forward to our deliberations this year on a common agenda for advancing sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. And thank you.
Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, after those inspiring words from the chair of the 77th session, it is now my pleasure to conduct the election of officers for the 78th session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. In line with its rules of procedure, the Commission will elect from among its members a chair and 2 vice chairs. However, if the plenary so decides, the rule may be applied differently today for the 77th session to accommodate the extraordinary circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic and elect a chair and 6 vice chairs of the session. Before we proceed with the election of the Bureau, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the chair of the Working Group on Draft Resolutions, Ms. Julia Feeney, Minister, Deputy Head of Mission, and the Permanent Representative of Australia to ESCAP, and the Vice Chair of the Working Group, Mr. Sukumo Yuwono, Deputy Chief of Mission and Deputy Permanent Representative of Indonesia to ESCAP, for guiding the deliberations of the informal working group to a successful conclusion. As delegates may be aware, the Commission at its 75th session decided that its chair shall rotate among the 5 sub-regions of the Commission. This year would be the turn of Southeast Asia. Moreover, the Commission, which celebrates this year the 75th anniversary of its establishment, has been graciously hosted in Bangkok by the Royal Thai government since 1949. Therefore, I have the great honor to propose His Excellency Mr. Vijayawat Isarbakti, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Thailand, as chair of the 78th session of the Commission. If there's no objection, it is so decided. It is my great pleasure then to declare His Excellency Mr. Isarbakti, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, duly elected as the chair of the 78th session of the Commission. For the positions of vice chairs of the Commission of the session, I have the pleasure of proposing the following officials: His Excellency Mr. Lee Tuch, Senior Minister, President of National Committee for ESCAP, and the first Vice President of Cambodia Mine Action and Victim Assistance of Cambodia. His Excellency Mr. Thongpen Savanpet, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Lao People's Democratic Republic. His Excellency Mr. Arman Isetov, Ambassador Designate and Permanent Representative of Kazakhstan to ESCAP. His Excellency Mr. Amar Sana, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Mongolia to ESCAP. His Excellency Mr. Ganesh Prasad Dakal, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Nepal to ESCAP. His Excellency Mr. Pan Chi Than, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Vietnam to ESCAP. I'm sure that the distinguished delegates that I have proposed will discharge their duties efficiently for the successful deliberations of the session. If there is no objection, it is so decided. Please join me in congratulating the newly elected and the vice chairs. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now my honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Vijayawat Isarabhakdi, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, the chair of the 78th session, to conduct the meeting from this point onward. Congratulations, Excellency. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, I thank you all for the confidence placed in me and the great honor that you have bestowed on my country and on me. Together with all the honorable vice chairs and with the able support of the ESCAP Secretariat, I shall endeavor to discharge the responsibilities of serving as your chair to the very best of my abilities. Please allow me now to say just a few words from the podium. Your Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the General Assembly, Ms. Amida Salsier Alis-Jabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I am truly honored to be chairing this 78th session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or ESCAP. I wish to thank Her Excellency Mrs. Suchitra Durai, the Ambassador of India and acting chair of the 77th session of the Commission, for her exemplary conduct of the previous session. Let me also join others in congratulating the newly elected vice chairs. I look forward to working closely with all of you to ensure a smooth and successful session. On behalf of Thailand as host country of ESCAP, I am delighted to welcome all delegations of ESCAP member states back to Bangkok in person after having to meet virtually for the past 2 years due to COVID-19. Our gathering today is most timely as we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the establishment of ESCAP, which also coincides with the 75th anniversary of Thailand's membership in the United Nations. 75 years, or a quarter short of a century, is a substantial amount of time. Much has been and can be done, especially in bringing about positive changes to the region. Indeed, ESCAP has done just that since its inception. ESCAP has played a critical role in fostering cooperation among countries in the region. It has also been instrumental in amplifying the region's voice in global conversations, especially on sustainable development, which should remain the region's priority. Thailand, as Vice President of the ECOSOC and Chair of its coordination segment, has been committed to strengthening the role of ESCAP, including through promoting greater synergies and complementarities between the ECOSOC, the regional commissions, and sub-regional organizations. This is to ensure that all bodies and mechanisms work in sync in order to accelerate the attainment of SDGs in which we are lagging behind. On this note, the 6th high-level brainstorming dialogue on enhancing complementarities between the ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development will take place on May 30th here at UNCC, back-to-back with the 78th session of the Commission. Lastly, as the world is facing a multitude of challenges from disruptive transformations, including climate change, natural disasters, digital technology, conflicts, and the pandemic, all of which have widened the disparity within and among countries, I wish to reiterate the importance of the balance of all things in the implementation of the SDGs. We must pursue development approaches that strike the right balance between environmental conservation and economic revitalization. For Thailand, the sufficiency economy philosophy and the biocircular green economy model will be the engines that drive our nation's development. We would be pleased to share our experiences and best practices in this regard with other countries. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I strongly believe that this 78th session of the Commission will lead to fruitful discussions and set the tone for our region's common agenda. This is the time for us to think anew, get synchronized, and work more closely together than ever towards a balanced and sustainable future of our region. I thank you all very much, and I look forward to working with all my distinguished colleagues. ขอบคุณครับ Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, we will now move to Agenda Item 1B, Adoption of the Agenda. The provisional agenda for the 78th session of the Commission is contained in document ESCAP 78/L1/Ref2. Does any delegation have any comments on the agenda? I see none. So may I propose to the Commission that the provisional agenda as contained in document ESCAP /78/L1/Ref2 be adopted. The agenda is adopted. Distinguished delegates, as you are aware, this session of the Commission is convened in a hybrid setting, with participants attending both in the room and online, and with a compressed schedule. I would therefore like to request all delegates to be brief in their statements. Moreover, in order to facilitate the conduct of the session, allow me to turn briefly to the matter of statements in exercise of the right of reply during the meetings of the Commission. In line with Rule 46 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice of the parent body of the Commission, namely the Economic and Social Council, and taking into account the hybrid modality of the meeting, I propose that in exercising their right of reply, delegations should be as brief as possible and deliver their statements at the end of the meeting at which the right is requested, or at the end of the day whenever 2 meetings have been scheduled for that day to consider the same item. I further propose that the number of interventions in exercise of the right of reply for any delegation at a given meeting should be limited to 2 per item, with the first intervention limited to 3 minutes and the second, if any, to 2 minutes. I hear no objection. The Commission will proceed accordingly. Delegations wishing to exercise the right of reply, if any, are kindly requested to inform the Secretariat staff located to the right next to the podium. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now my great honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th session of the General Assembly, to deliver his address to the Commission. Mr. President, please.
His Excellency Mr. Wijabat Isarabakdi, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand and Chair of the 78th session, Ms. Armida Salsia Alibashna, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I am honored to join the 78th session of ESCAP, marking the 75th anniversary of the establishment of the Commission. My sincere congratulations to you, Mr. Chairman, on your election of this august body. I also wish to commend the outstanding leadership of the Executive Secretary for her leadership under these very difficult circumstances. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the priorities of my presidency of hope, from recovering from the pandemic to rebuilding sustainably to protecting the planet, are closely interlinked with the theme of ESCAP's 78th session, a common agenda for advancing sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. Excellencies, the vast Asia-Pacific region presents both enormous potential as well as daunting challenges. Over the past few decades, many countries in the region have made significant development gains, lifting millions of people out of poverty and improving the quality of education, living, and health standards. These monumental achievements, however, are regularly threatened by global and regional crises. The COVID-19 upended lives and livelihoods, pushed an estimated 85 million people around the world back into extreme poverty. At the same time, rapid population growth and development often by exhausting natural resources and unsustainable production and consumption, have resulted in devastating environmental harm. This has contributed to biodiversity loss and contributed to climate change, as well as increased vulnerability to and frequency of natural disasters. More recently, the Ukraine crisis has rattled the world, destabilizing peace and security and upsetting global commodity and food markets. All of this is felt by countries in the region, whether directly or indirectly. Ladies and gentlemen, as the session deliberates on a common agenda for advancing sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific, we need to chart a path forward, a path that recognizes the challenges and agrees on collective responsibility. These pathways should be inclusive and centered on protecting people and the planet. They must address inequalities and debt burden, leverage technologies, create economic opportunities, promote partnerships, and support vulnerable countries in the region. Let us not forget of the 58 members of the associate members of ESCAP. 37 are LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. These countries are disproportionately affected by the pandemic. They are also among the worst affected by the climate crisis, as well as vulnerable to commodity and food price shocks. We must do more to support these countries with finances, technology, capacity development, and debt relief in their efforts to recover from the pandemic and achieve the SDGs. A greener, more resilient, and sustainable post-pandemic development trajectory for the region should place the needs of these countries at the center. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to make a few proposals. First, as the world slowly recovers from the pandemic, we must move forward together. No one should be left behind, particularly in terms of access to vaccines, finances, or technology. On all counts, countries in special situations are struggling. Vaccine inequity continues to persist, with the majority of developing countries still reaching for their first dose. And countries in special situations have reduced access to financial assistance, with only 5.5 billion of the 456 billion SDR funds launched by the IMF in the aftermath of the pandemic going to LDCs, LLDCs, and the SIDS. Without additional support, there is a rising risk of lopsided recovery or backsliding. Second, the climate crisis threatens to compromise the progress we have already achieved. As we recover from the pandemic, we need to invest in areas that advance environmental protection and climate action. Industries need cleaner production strategies and trade in climate-friendly goods and services to ensure business do not contribute to global warming and climate crisis. There is an urgent need to increase the flow of climate finance to developing countries, particularly in the form of grants. Likewise, we must do more to ensure equal financing for adaptation and mitigation, and ensure the full cooperation of private sector, who manage trillions of resources. Third, there's an urgent need to address immediate debt vulnerabilities and restore debt sustainability for countries in the region. The pandemic has led to ballooning fiscal deficits, with government forced to provide a significant stimulus to citizens, while economic activities and tax revenues dried up. ESCAP reports that between 2019 and 2021, the average fiscal deficit among Asia-Pacific developing countries increased from 1.2 to 6.2 of their GDPs. Many countries in special situations are undergoing debt distress or showing early signs of such distress due to the pandemic. Let me be very clear. There is a need to provide debt relief, not only debt suspension. Debt relief packages must be more attractive to countries in special situations in light of their particular vulnerabilities. Debt relief programs could also be combined with efforts to promote green growth and green jobs, or converted into innovative incentive packages such as debt for nature swaps, debt for climate adaptation swaps, and sustainable development goal bonds. Fourth, science and technology are essential to humanity's collective response to sustainable development challenges. However, the present reality is that digital technology is highly unequal between and within countries, and between women and men, between rural and urban. In 2019, in Asia and the Pacific, 55% of men used the internet compared to only 41% of women, and the gender gap seems to be widening. All stakeholders must integrate new technologies into plans and strategize to accelerate the advancement of SDGs with equality and equity as the guiding principles. My dear friends, sustainable development is a key tenet of my presidency of hope. From the beginning of my presidency, 8 months ago, we have organized a series of events to galvanize actions towards recovery and sustainable rebuilding, with particular attention to the needs of the LDCs, LLDCs, and the SIDS. This includes high-level events on climate, vaccines, and tourism. I will also convene meetings on debt and the environment in the coming days. While COVID-19 has exposed economic, social, and environmental vulnerabilities, it has allowed us for unprecedented innovation and a deep appreciation of and for global solidarity. Building back better, stronger, and bluer and greener has become both more urgent and more feasible through greater collaboration, partnership, and political will. The Asia-Pacific region must lead the way, ably facilitated by ESCAP and the region's development partners, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for those very inspiring remarks in which you covered a number of very important issues. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, His Excellency Mr. Colin Vixen Kelapile, 77th President of the Economic and Social Council, was initially planning to be with us today in person, but last-minute complications unfortunately prevented him from traveling. He has nonetheless sent a video message, so may I invite the conference room officer to play the video.
Moderator Ms. Rupa Chanda, Director Trade, Investment and Innovation Division of ESCAP, Your Excellency Mohammed Abdul Hai, Ambassador in
I seek your indulgence for a moment. We're seeking the video, which is probably coming from New York somewhere. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, while awaiting the video of the President of the Economic and Social Council, we have another very important video, namely the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, has also kindly recorded a message to the Commission. So may I invite the conference room officer to play that video.
I'm pleased to send greetings to the 78th session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and my very best wishes on your 75th anniversary. Over the years, ESCAP has helped support the Asia-Pacific region, and it overcome war and colonialism, lifted millions out of poverty, and created some of the world's largest and most dynamic economies. Your work is a powerful testament to the promise of multilateralism and the value of regional cooperation. Today, our world faces fierce headwinds, from the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis to the global ramifications of the war in Ukraine. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development remains our blueprint for an inclusive recovery that leaves no one behind. This means achieving universal health coverage and social protection and ensuring decent work. It means building resilience to climate change, investing in adaptation, and accelerating the transition to renewable energy and green jobs. It means bridging the digital divide and creating opportunities for all, particularly young people and women. ESCAP is uniquely placed to drive progress. I count on you to help reinvigorate multilateral action built on solidarity, trust, and cooperation to create a greener, more sustainable, and prosperous future for all. Thank you.
We thank the Secretary General for his very important statement.
Let's move to the executive secretary.
Yes. And Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am now pleased to invite the Executive Secretary, Ms. Amida Salcia Alisjabana, to deliver her welcome and policy statement.
His Excellency, Mr. Fijarat Isarabakdi, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Thailand, Chair of the 78th session. Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you today to the 78th session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or ESCAP, when we are also observing the 75th anniversary of the Commission. To celebrate this historic gathering, let us reflect on our achievements and explore pathways to reclaim our future for advancing sustainable development and promoting regional cooperation. I recognize that member states and all stakeholders have forged enduring partnerships since the beginning of our journey in 1947. Significant progress in reducing extreme poverty, expanding social welfare, and accelerating innovation are testimony to the visionary policy-making and strategic decision-making of the leaders in this region. But today, our region is at a crossroads. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate risks, and conflicts have unveiled the fragility of our interconnected world. Most recently, heightened geopolitical tensions could further derail the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. We are indeed living in a richer but riskier world. Despite the ongoing crisis and uncertainties, we are witnessing new opportunities and hope to move forward together. Excellencies, please allow me to highlight lessons learned from the past few years. Building a more inclusive region is essential. Our focus must be to close social protection coverage gaps, raise resources to protect vulnerable groups and hardest hit micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, promote employment-led growth, and scale up human resources and skills development. Creating resilient social and economic foundation at all levels is key. To be better prepared for all future crises, emanating from economic and non-economic shocks, governments need to step up support for climate disaster health emergencies, strengthen regional supply chain, bolster resilient trade and investment strategies, and transport and transit policies. Prioritizing sustainability must be at the core of all policy initiatives. If we could embed long-term sustainability in our post-pandemic policy response, incorporate environmental sustainability into business investment decisions, and accelerate green-blue public investment flows, there would be some hope to keep alive the 1.5-degree goal. Proposals to reform and transform must be based on the sub-regional and country-specific context. To address systemic risk, we should understand, foresee, and adapt to shocks of the future through strategic foresight. No one country can move forward on these development agendas alone. All our resources and energies must be targeted and impactful while promoting rules-based, open, non-discriminatory, and equitable principles and approaches. Excellencies, as decided by member states, the theme of this year's Commission is a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. Please allow me to recognize a few priorities and initiatives. First, governments must encourage the participation and empowerment of women and girls, youth, and persons with disabilities to leave no one behind. The action plan to strengthen regional cooperation on social protection in Asia and the Pacific aims to achieve universal coverage by 2030. Second, the region must accelerate climate action. The time is now to phase out the use of coal, stop fossil fuel subsidies, and make use of carbon pricing. We are scaling up support for the National SDG 7 Roadmap and regional energy connectivity to ensure the sustainable energy transition in the region. Robust initiatives towards environmental management and developing a regional cooperation modality on air pollution are central. Our initiative under the Asia-Pacific Issue-Based Coalition on Climate Change Mitigation and Air Pollution could provide another opportunity to spur climate action. Third, governments must leverage digital technologies and innovation. I urge all stakeholders to strengthen work to formulate policies, regulatory frameworks, and concrete solutions related to digital connectivity, digital technologies, and digital data. The Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative for the year 2022-2026 is an important step forward to improve digital cooperation. Fourth, the region needs to embrace climate-smart trade and investment policies and frameworks. The Framework Agreement on Facilitation of Cross-Border Paperless Trade in Asia and Pacific, a UN treaty developed by the Commission, is well positioned to simplify and digitalize trade procedures. I call upon more member states to accede to the framework agreement. Fifth, let us ensure sustainable financing. Governments need to prioritize domestic resource mobilization, curb non-developmental expenditure, and safeguard SDG investment, raise additional funds through innovative instruments, and work together on debt sustainability. With the invigorated United Nations Development System, we are taking concrete steps to strengthen regional policy coordination and partnership, develop sub-regional strategies with intergovernmental and multi-sectoral organizations, as well as promote joint country program with the UN resident coordinator offices. These initiatives are a living example of how the Commission sessions can remain a principal platform to meet, synergize, and network across the membership and all stakeholders. The Commission has been the primary avenue to unite voices and promote representation from the least developed countries, the landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states. At the same time, we are also recognize the diversity of the region. Emerging countries in the region are increasingly taking leadership roles to steer the development agenda and promote concrete solutions. Excellencies, I count on your continued leadership and commitment to multilateralism. Let me conclude by congratulating the 53 members, 9 associate members, and all our partners on the 75th anniversary of ESCAP. Thank you for your unwavering support in advancing sustainable development in the region. I look forward to hearing your deliberation and guidance. I wish you a very successful commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, for that very comprehensive policy statement. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I'm pleased to inform you that after traveling a great distance from New York, the video of the President of ECOSOC, His Excellency Mr. Colin Vixen Kelapile, 77th President of the Economic and Social Council, has arrived. As I mentioned earlier, he was planning to be here in person, but he was not able to do so. So he has sent the following video message, which I now invite the conference room officer to please play.
Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellency General Prayut Chan-o-cha, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand, Your Excellency Mr. Vijabat Sarabakti, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand, and Chair of the 78th Session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and pleasure to join you virtually today at the opening of the 78th Session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, in the magnificent city of Bangkok. This is a historic session marking the culmination of the commemorations of the 75th anniversary of ESCAP, founded in March 1947 as the Economic Commission for Asia and the Far East by the United Nations Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, which I currently lead as its president. The 78th session is held at a crucial time for the world and for the global development agenda, as many countries are still coping with the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Governments throughout the world are considering their options on how best to emerge from the health crisis and to rebuild their societies and economies in an inclusive, more sustainable, and just manner while battling the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. In this respect, I'm very pleased that member states in Asia and the Pacific region have demonstrated their commitment to the effective implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development by being the first region to develop a roadmap to implement this agenda. The societal effects of the pandemic have been devastating. Millions of families have lost loved ones and caretakers. Businesses and enterprises have lost leaders and workers. Entire sectors of the economy have witnessed dramatic drop in activity, sometimes closing down altogether. The road to recovery is still long for many of us, and for this we need equity of vaccine distribution and access. No one is safe until we are all safe to continue with our lives without disruptions. At the same time, complex geopolitical situations around us have devastating consequences. UNCTAD estimates that the world economy will be a full percentage point of GDP growth lower than expected due to the war in Ukraine, which is severely disrupting already tight food, energy, and financial markets. FAO has shown that food prices are 34% higher than this time last year, and crude oil prices have increased by around 60%, and gas and fertilizer prices have more than doubled. This has come to the detriment of many countries dependent on food and fuel imports for their populations, including notably my own region, Africa. Therefore, the theme of the 70th session, namely a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific, could not be more appropriate. I have taken note with much interest of the theme study for the session. It is describing ways to achieve more inclusive and sustainable post-pandemic recovery. It rightly identifies elements for a common agenda, for present and future generations centered on protecting people and planet, leveraging digital opportunities, trading and investing more together, raising financial resources and managing debt. And it justly underlines the need to listen and work with young people, placing women at the center for policy actions and people-centered partnerships. We must find ways to cooperate and deal with the effects of conflict and pandemic. We must find creative, peaceful, and long-term solutions to these new challenges. As we do so, we should not lose sight of the vision that we agreed 7 years ago, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The 70th session of ESCAP will be an excellent opportunity to discuss on how we are going to address these new challenges and reshape the future of global and regional cooperation to realize the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. We will no doubt need to renew our commitment to multilateralism, global solidarity, and regional cooperation. From my own perspective, regional cooperation is the first stop of support and solidarity. ESCAP, just like all the other UN economic commissions, has an extensive track record of mutually assisting its member states in terms of mutual responses, economic guidance, and technical support and regional standard setting. ESCAP, then called the Economic Commission for Asia and Far East, was established in March 1947, as I said, by the ECOSOC, Resolution 37 Roman 9, as a subsidiary body of ECOSOC, with the aim to help the region rebuild after the war. The Commission provided governments of the region for the first time in history a platform to meet to discuss common economic problems, establish agreed principles of action, and carry out policies determined by mutual agreement. The region has come a long way since 1947, but the need to multilateralism and regional cooperation is as great today as it was 75 years ago. Currently, the ECOSOC Bureau is doing its part to ensure we make the best use of the coordinating function of the Council, in line with the General Assembly Resolution 75/290A. As you are aware, the Council oversees a complex system of functional commissions, expert bodies, as well as 5 regional commissions. Informal consultations on a set of thematic clusters are being concluded. Our discussions have been focused on 4 clusters. First, to make sure that the ECOSOC system, including its subsidiary bodies, continue to improve on and align itself with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Second, we are reviewing the working methods of the subsidiary bodies and exploring how we can learn from best practices there. Third, coordination issues among subsidiary bodies are being addressed, including identifying possible areas for synergies. Fourth, we are exploring how the Council can best use the outcomes of its subsidiary bodies. This process will culminate with an agreement on a way forward at the ECOSOC management segment to take place next week from 8 to 9 June. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as all of our countries stand at the crossroad where sustainable recovery is within reach, the Commission will also offer a space to identify and discuss the mechanisms and the means to build the resilience of people and nations in Asia and the Pacific in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, and ensure nature-positive economic growth, inclusive societies, and protect the environment. Let me conclude by reminding you that the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, as the main review platform for implementation of the 2030 Agenda, is taking place in New York from 5th to 15th of July in person. As this Commission's meeting is crucial for this region, so is the HLPF for the global level. We will all come together at the HLPF to discuss our global response to the COVID-19 pandemic and which measures we can undertake to sustainable recovery through the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the achievement of SDGs, specifically focusing on SDG 4 on education, 5 on gender, 14 on oceans, 15 on terrestrial biodiversity, and 17 on global partnership. And for this, we need regional views and contribution. 7 countries from your region are presenting VNRs this year. We are looking forward to learning where they are in their implementation of the 2030 Agenda and how they are recovering from the pandemic. Thus, I invite you all to come to New York, to the HLPF at the highest level possible, and contribute your perspective and global discussions. I thank you, and I look forward to engaging in the discussions with you and to learn more from your experiences. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Prime Minister of Thailand, His Excellency General Prayut Chan-o-cha, has recorded a special address for the occasion of the 78th Commission session and the 75th anniversary of ESCAP. May I invite the conference room officer to play the
Mr. Chair, President of the United Nations General Assembly, President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, Undersecretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies and distinguished participants, I am honored to take part in this 78th session of the Commission, and I am delighted that high-level representatives from member states and the United Nations are here in person for the first time since the COVID-19 pandemic struck. Most importantly, this session marks the 75th anniversary of the establishment of ESCAP. Looking back to 1947, ESCAP was founded in the midst of efforts by countries in the region to rise from the ash of war and pursue their development with the hope of lasting peace. When ESCAP relocated to Bangkok in 1949, the Royal Thai government offered the Sala Santitham, or Hall of Peace, to ESCAP to be used as an office building, reflecting the importance of the United Nations and ESCAP in fostering dialogue and cooperation among nations to uphold peace and promote inclusive development in the region. Today, the world and the region are once again confronted with various pressing challenges, which are more diverse and complex. The COVID-19 pandemic remains a grave threat, and its wide-scale impacts have exacerbated the disparity within and among countries. Efforts to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals have been stalled. In addition, the worsening of the crises of the environment, climate change, and energy have the potential to severely impact future generations if not swiftly addressed. At the same time, the hard-won peace that we have cherished is on the brink of crumbling if we do not engage in dialogue and work hand in hand. I wish to reaffirm that Thailand is steadfast in our confidence in and commitment to multilateralism, the United Nations, and ESCAP, just as we have always been throughout our 75 years of membership in the United Nations. The efficiency and effectiveness of the United Nations and ESCAP is crucial, now more than ever, to help us navigate the immense challenges of the present and future. Looking forward, as we transition from post-COVID-19 recovery to sustainable development in the region in the next normal era, we should emphasize on 3 aspects of growth, namely balanced growth, resilient growth, and comprehensive and inclusive growth. It is our common agenda to build a region, a world, and a future that are secure for everyone while leaving no one behind. First, balanced growth can be achieved through transformative changes towards development that is environmentally friendly, climate responsive and adaptive, such as promoting clean energy and circular economy, including addressing plastic pollution, as well as promoting investment in green infrastructures. These actions all lead to the reduction of greenhouse gases, efficient use of limited resources, including the restoration and conservation of natural resources and the promotion of their sustainable use. Second, we must build resilient growth by strengthening the capacities to handle external shocks, such as emerging diseases and disasters, especially for vulnerable groups. Human security is key. This can be achieved through universal health coverage, accessible, strong, and inclusive social protection systems, as well as the effective implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai framework. Third, comprehensive and inclusive growth require promoting inclusive connectivity in all dimensions. We must facilitate trade and investment and strengthen regional and global supply chains. Importantly, in the 4IR era, we must seek transformative changes in the development and apply science, digital technology, and innovations to drive forward regional economy, especially digital technology, which has inevitably become an essential part of our lives to expand opportunities for all. In this regard, essential digital infrastructures and industries, as well as the promotion of MSMEs and startups, are of utmost importance. Yet, these efforts will be futile if we neglect the most important resource, people. Human development, especially for our children and youth, including lifelong learning through all forms of education and skills training, are key to driving forward sustainable growth with the engagement of all sectors in the society. Distinguished participants, Thailand has adhered to these three aspects of growth in our national development, and in shifting to the next normal era, the sufficiency economy philosophy remains at the heart of our development, with the BCG economy model as our sustainable development pathway from this time onwards. As well, Thailand looks to a post-COVID-19 Asia-Pacific region that is open, connected, and balanced, which are the cornerstones of Thailand's hosting of the APEC this year. Thailand's Eastern Economic Corridor, or the EEC, promotes and supports the development of low-carbon industries, as well as fosters diverse, connected, and robust regional supply chains in industries of the future, such as electric vehicles, or EVs. Thailand strives to be a world-class EV manufacturing base, and we are pursuing our target of increasing the production of EVs by 30% of total domestic vehicle production by 2030. In addition, the Thailand Digital Valley within the Eastern Economic Corridor of Innovation is promoting the development of digital businesses that have the potential to expand regionally. Furthermore, Thailand has been promoting access to essential public services and expanding its coverage to all groups, including migrant workers, under the Universal Health Coverage Scheme. This has helped us cope with the pandemic effectively and has contributed to Thailand being placed 5th in the world and 1st in Asia for health security, according to the Global Health Security Index. Thailand stands ready to work with the international community to the best of our abilities to strengthen global public health security. Distinguished participants, achieving this common agenda is easier said than done, but I trust that ESCAP can play an integral role in enhancing cooperation among member states and the various sectors in the region. ESCAP is also in an ideal position to collect and disseminate knowledge and best practices, as well as mobilize the necessary resources to accomplish our collective goals. Thailand sees ESCAP as the think tank of the region and wishes to see ESCAP develop its potential into an organization that harnesses its wealth of knowledge and expertise, as well as innovation and new digital technologies to strategically forecast and provide timely warning to countries in the region of possible future crises, thereby allowing them to better prepare and respond to crises. The science-based forecast of such crises will more effectively build resilience of member states and the region. I wish to reaffirm Thailand's commitment to support the work of ESCAP and our readiness to be a constructive partner in achieving our common agenda for the well-being of all generations. This is our common responsibility. In closing, I wish to congratulate ESCAP in its 75th anniversary and to welcome all delegates to Thailand. I sincerely hope the renowned smiles and warm hospitality of the Thai people will impress you during your stay. Thank you.
We thank His Excellency the Prime Minister for his special address. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as mentioned throughout the morning, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the establishment of the Commission. At the same time, on 15 December 2021, Thailand celebrated 75 years of membership in the United Nations. Thailand has also proudly hosted ESCAP since 1949 here in Bangkok. At first, ESCAP was housed in the Grand Palace and then at Parusakawan Palace, not too far from here. By 1954, the number of staff had considerably grown, so the government of Thailand offered one of Bangkok's newest buildings at the time, the Sala Santitham, which means Hall of Peace, near the Royal Palace, behind which the government of Thailand built a conference center. In the early 1990s, the Sala Santitham, which had been damaged by a fire, was demolished, and in its place arose the United Nations Conference Center, where we gather here today, which was inaugurated on 9th April 1993 by His Majesty King Bhumibol Adulyadej the Great. I'm pleased to announce that in recognition of the first conference center of the United Nations in Bangkok, and in commemoration of the 75 years of the establishment of the Commission, Sala Santitham will be added to the name of the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok. Moreover, I am pleased to announce that in commemoration of the 75 years of membership of Thailand in the United Nations and the 75 years of the establishment of the Commission, the government of Thailand is donating a painting of the Sala Santitham by renowned artist Apirak Panmunsin to be displayed in the newly refurbished United Nations Conference Center.
It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Wijawat Israbakdi, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, and chair of the 78th session of the Commission, to present the gift to the Executive Secretary on behalf of the Royal Thai government. I now invite the Vice Minister and the Executive Secretary to please unveil the painting. May I now invite His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of the General Assembly, and the artist, Kun Apirak Banmusin, to join the dignitaries on the stage for a group photo. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So the President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, will be departing ESCAP Hall now. And I turn the proceedings back over to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as mentioned many times, Thailand has been proudly hosting ESCAP in Bangkok since 1949. But when the Commission was first established back in 1947, its headquarters were initially in Shanghai. In recognition of the fact that China was the first host country of ESCAP, His Excellency Mr. Wang Yi, State Councillor and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, has recorded a message on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of ESCAP. May I invite the conference room officer to play the video.
Mr. Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, friends, on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the Commission, I am delighted to join you today in reviewing the extraordinary journey of ESCAP and envisioning the future of the Asia-Pacific region. 75 years ago, ESCAP was born in Shanghai, China, in response to the eager aspirations of the Asia-Pacific people for a better life amid war, poverty, and hunger. The 75 years since have been fruitful. The Asia-Pacific has been peaceful and stable on the whole, with dynamic regional cooperation and fast-growing economic strength. The region has created Asia-Pacific miracle, admired across the world, leaving a spectacular chapter in its history. None of these has come easily, and should therefore be cherished and guarded by all Asia-Pacific countries. 75 years later today, the world is faced with profound changes and a pandemic both unseen in a century. The dregs of the Cold War mentality are resurfacing, and unilateralism is running rampant. gravely upsetting the international order. Once again, the Asia-Pacific region stands at another historical crossroads. China believes that under the new circumstances, the Asia-Pacific has assumed a more important place in the world and has a greater role to play. Its peace and prosperity concerns not only its own future, but also that of the world. The concept of Asia-Pacific should not be diluted, and Asia-Pacific cooperation should not be disrupted. We must learn from history and forge ahead to build together an Asia-Pacific community with a shared future and take Asia-Pacific cooperation to new heights. First, we need to unswervingly maintain peace and stability. We need to uphold the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, abandon the Cold War mentality, oppose unilateralism, and reject any attempt to bring military groups and bloc confrontation to the Asia-Pacific. It's important that we pursue the vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security and pay attention to the legitimate security concerns of all countries. No one should base its security on the insecurity of other countries. Disputes should be resolved peacefully through dialogue and consultation. We need to support all efforts conducive to the peaceful settlement of crises and oppose all words and actions that inflate tensions and stoke confrontation in the region. Second, we need to jointly promote economic development. While tackling the impact of the pandemic together, we need to speed up integrated development of the region, promote the establishment of an Asia-Pacific FTA, and build an open Asia-Pacific economy featuring equal consultation, joint participation, and shared benefits. We should uphold the WTO-centered multilateral trading regime, keep global industrial and supply chains stable and unimpeded, and strive for an open world economy so as to offer more Asia-Pacific opportunities for global economic recovery and growth. Third, we need to combine our respective strengths for a win-win cooperation. The great diversity and rich resources mean vast potential for cooperation among Asia-Pacific countries. We need to further coordinate our development policies, use our respective strengths, and deepen practical cooperation in the areas of poverty reduction, food security, COVID control, green development, and digital economy. Forging greater synergy, we will make Asia-Pacific contribution to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, the Asia-Pacific is home to China. We will continue to keep in mind and strive for the interest of the Asia-Pacific and take real actions to contribute more to the long-term peace and security and sustainable development in the region. China will firmly safeguard peace in the Asia-Pacific. With humanity's security and well-being in his mind, President Xi Jinping has recently proposed the Global Security Initiative, contributing China's wisdom to the settlement of international security issues. We will step up dialogue and cooperation with other Asia-Pacific countries to make this important initiative deliver. China will keep to the Chinese way of resolving hotspot issues and actively promote political settlement of Afghanistan, the Iranian nuclear issue, the Korean Peninsula, and other issues. China is ready to speed up consultations with ASEAN countries for an early conclusion of a code of conduct in the South China Sea, which will provide solid safeguards for managing differences, advancing cooperation, and promoting joint governance in the South China Sea. China will firmly promote development in the Asia-Pacific. While expanding high-level opening up, China is striving to advance high-quality Belt and Road cooperation, facilitate connectivity in the Asia-Pacific, and ensure safe and stable functioning of industrial and supply chains in the region. We will work with other countries to fully implement the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and actively promote the process of joining the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership and the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement. China will remain firm in participating in Asia-Pacific cooperation. The Global Development Initiative proposed by President Xi Jinping accords with the historical trend and meets the needs of various countries. It will bring new impetus to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the Asia-Pacific. China will hold a high-level meeting on global development at a proper time, scale up support and financing, and establish a pool of GDI projects participated by all parties. China will firmly support the work of ESCAP. We will communicate and coordinate more closely with the UN system and the ESCAP Secretariat. We will work with other ESCAP members to ensure effective implementation of the Asia-Pacific Trade Agreement, the Trans-Asian Railway, and the other key projects, and further contribute to the China-ESCAP Cooperation Program for ESCAP to play a bigger role in advancing regional development. I wish the ESCAP session a full success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Commission has also received video messages from several heads of state on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of ESCAP. First, may I invite the conference room officer to play the video of the President of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo, please.
Excellencies, Executive Secretary of the UN ESCAP, notable delegates, first of all, congratulations to UN ESCAP on its 75th anniversary. It is a crucial moment amidst our efforts in the region to break free from major challenges of the pandemic, climate change, and war. First, the economies of some Asia-Pacific countries have not fully recovered and still below pre-pandemic level. 70% of the total of new unemployment takes place in our region, and 85 million of population are falling back into extreme poverty. Second, the region's economic growth this year, as predicted by IMF, falls by 0.5% to 4.9%. Inflation is also expected to reach 8.7%, up 2.8% from initial estimate. Third, SDGs achievements are getting delayed. Our region is now expected to achieve SDGs target at the earliest by 2065. And according to Global Climate Risk Index, 6 out of 10 countries most affected by climate change in the long term is in Asia Pacific. Responding to these challenges, I fully support the effort of UN ESCAP to deliver a common agenda to advance sustainable development. Allow me to raise several perspectives. Firstly, addressing the pandemic must continue to progress, and vaccination gap in the region needs to be closed. This region has both the countries with the highest as well as the lowest vaccination rates in the world. The success of vaccination determines national economy reactivation and connectivity with the world economy. UN ESCAP can support the establishment of regional network of vaccine production and distribution facilities to overcome the challenges of logistics and shorten global supply chain. Secondly, financing for SDGs acceleration must be strengthened. ADB estimates that $1.5 trillion is required annually to ensure full SDGs attainment in Asia Pacific by 2030. While the current available funding globally is only $1.4 trillion. This massive gap must be closed. Private sector investment must be encouraged. Even though Asia Pacific is the largest region for both inbound and outbound foreign investment, investments in its own region is still insignificant. UN ESCAP needs to encourage strengthening of intra-region investment, support ease of doing business, promotion and business matching among its members. Innovative financing needs to be enhanced. Collaboration between UN ESCAP and ADB, as well as other financial institutions, is truly expected. Indonesia has promoted various innovative financing schemes, including SDG Indonesia 1, Green Sukuk, and Carbon Economy. Thirdly, new sources of growth must be strengthened. Digitalization, SMEs empowerment, and green growth are our shared future. The optimization of digital trade will cut the cost of regional trade by at least 13%. SMEs' access to financial inclusion and regional supply chain must be promoted. Support for green growth is very much needed, including in energy transition. And tax capacity needs to be strengthened, including carbon tax. Excellency, we will use Indonesia's G20 presidency to advocate for developing countries' interests, particularly in the health sector, digital transformation, and energy transition. We thank UNESCAP for its support and contribution to this effort. By working together, we can accelerate the recovery of the region and the world towards a sustainable future. Recover together, recover stronger. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, may I invite the conference room officer to play the video of the President of Georgia, Her Excellency Ms. Salome Surabishvili. Please.
Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, it is my great pleasure to address the 78th session of the UN Economic and Social Commission for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, and to congratulate you on the 75th anniversary of the establishment of the Commission. While taking stock of the significant progress achieved over the years, new and serious challenges that have been emerging in the region and worldwide need now to be addressed. In these globalized world, challenges have become more global. First, the COVID pandemic and climate change-induced disasters have revealed vulnerabilities of all our societies and put to the test their resilience. Now, just as we begin to experience recovery from the pandemic, a new global crisis has erupted. Russia's ongoing full-scale military aggression in Ukraine has resulted in a human and humanitarian tragedy, with the loss of life by the thousands, the destruction of urban centers and large segments of the economy, population displacements by the millions. At the same time, the negative effects and disruptions go far beyond Ukraine and are affecting the growth of many UNESCAP members. For disregard of the principles and norms of international law, in particular respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, or the inviolability of borders, cannot but directly conflict with the achievements in the SDG implementation. The energy and land infrastructures that served as a bridge between Europe and Central Asia is being torn apart. Effects of the loss of food and other supply chains are considerable. We already know that it will result in growth of poverty and inequality and undermine the implementation of sustainable development goals. This only underlines the need for decisive action to end the war as soon as possible. The war highlights also the need for a rapid development of alternative transportation systems in order to sustain the supply chains between Europe and Asia. Notwithstanding the challenges in its neighborhood, Georgia, due to its geographic location as a bridge between Europe and Asia, and a country located on the old Silk Road, is involved in intense cooperation with the Asia-Pacific region to develop new energy, transport, broadband connectivity projects. The geopolitical context is further boosting Georgia's role as a gateway point to Asia and as an essential transit logistical hub, a crucial link in the Middle Corridor for moving goods through the channel that links the Black Sea, the Caucasus, and across the Eurasian continent. While looking at a new historic milestone on its path towards European integration through the submission of its membership application, Georgia seeks to develop its ties with Asian economies, in particular through free trade agreements and increased cooperation. In these difficult times, the role of ESCAP is ever more crucial in advancing the goals of sustainable development, addressing new challenges, and helping intensify the interaction and cooperation within the Asia-Pacific region. Let me wish you a very productive and successful session.
Next, may I invite the conference room officer to play the video of the President of Tajikistan, His Excellency Mr. Emomali Rahmon.
محترم رئیس، همکاران گرامی، خانم‌ها و جنابان،
Your Excellency, Chairperson, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Tajikistan welcomes today's conference entitled A Common Agenda to Advance Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I am pleased to congratulate all members of the Commission on the 75th anniversary of ESCAP. After 2 years of the most difficult period of epidemiological isolation, the coronavirus crisis has clearly shown the vulnerability of not only small economies, but also superpowers. Due to the joint efforts and diligences shown by the countries, we have been able to minimize the threats posed by COVID-19 pandemic. However, its economic and social consequences are enormous on a global scale. Despite the measures taken to prevent the impact of negative external factors on the national economy of the Republic of Tajikistan, the country's growth rate decreased to 4.5% in 2020, which is 3% less than in 2019. Currently, in the post-COVID-19 period, we are witnessing the revival of economies due to the anti-crisis measures taken by the government to prevent the impact of pandemic to the socio-economic development. Thus, in the end of 2021, economic growth in the country amounted to 9.2%, which is 4.7% more than the same period last year. The main factors that have contributed to such a high rate of economic development are consumer demand, foreign investment, the recovery of the global economy and world trade, as well as the renewal of the economies in the member countries. In particular, the government of the country is constantly carrying out reforms to ensure the development of entrepreneurship and creating a favorable investment climate, and fully supports the creative initiatives of investors and business community. The private sector is identified as a key driver of economic development and the National Development Strategy until 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, the analyses and reports of the United Nations show that with the speed and efforts we have today, it is challenging to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Unfortunately, modern threats have seriously hampered this process. The Republic of Tajikistan is continuously taking the necessary steps to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The National Development Strategy of the Republic of Tajikistan for the period up to 2030 is aimed at raising living standards in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring energy independence and energy efficiency, breaking the communication deadlock and transforming the country into a transit state, ensuring food security and access to quality food, as well as the country's rapid industrialization. In this regard, Tajikistan is interested for strengthening the regulatory framework of the multimodal transportation activities, establishing and developing a regional logistics center, introducing the digital technology, as well as an intelligent transport system within ESCAP that can break the country's communication deadlock. I'm convinced that we, along with our partner countries, will continue to pursue our political will and leadership in this process. Distinguished participants, A recent report by the UN Secretary General on the SDGs implementation progress has revealed that the international community is lagging behind in achieving these global goals. In particular, this trend is evident in the achievement of SDG 6 and other water-related goals, namely to discuss water issues in the framework of the International Decade for Action Water for Sustainable Development and to accelerate the achievement of the SDG 6. As an initiator and contributor in this area, Tajikistan is hosting the second International High-Level Conference on the International Decade of Action Water for Sustainable Development 2018-2028, which will be held on June 6 to 9, 2022 in the capital of Tajikistan, Dushanbe. I hope that you will accept our invitation to take an active part in this high-level conference. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in addition to heads of state, the Commission has also received video messages from several heads of government on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of ESCAP. But before we turn to the video messages, it is my pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Wu Duc Dam, Deputy Prime Minister of Vietnam, to the podium to deliver remarks on the 75th anniversary of ESCAP.
Thưa Ngài Chủ tịch, tôi rất vui mừng thay mặt Việt Nam tham dự khóa họp có ý nghĩa rất đặc biệt này, đúng vào dịp kỷ niệm 75 năm thành lập ESCAP. 75 năm là một chặng đường dài. Chúng ta vui mừng với những thành quả to lớn đã đạt được, vượt lên từ chiến tranh, từ sự lạc hậu kéo dài. Sau hơn 7 thập kỷ, chúng ta đã đưa hàng trăm triệu người thoát khỏi nghèo đói và trở thành một trong những khu vực phát triển năng động nhất trên thế giới. Nhìn lại quá khứ một cách trân trọng là cách để chúng ta bước tới tương lai một cách vững chắc hơn. Dự báo cho chúng ta thấy bức tranh phía trước có cả sáng và tối đan xen, có cả mừng và quan ngại, cơ hội và đan xen thách thức. Thế giới cũng như khu vực của chúng ta đã thịnh vượng hơn nhiều, hòa bình và ổn định vẫn là xu thế nhưng cũng đứng trước nhiều rủi ro. Chúng ta có những cơ hội to lớn do khoa học và công nghệ mang lại, nhưng các quốc gia, đặc biệt là các quốc gia đang phát triển, cũng phải đối diện với rất nhiều khó khăn. Gần đây nhất là tác động đa diện của đại dịch Covid-19, của thiên tai, của biến đổi khí hậu và việc tiếp cận với nguồn lực để phát triển, để tăng trưởng xanh vẫn còn rất khó khăn. Vì vậy, một chương trình nghị sự chung để thúc đẩy phát triển bền vững ở khu vực là rất cần thiết, và đặc biệt là phải hội tụ quyết tâm chính trị, sự đồng lòng chung sức của tất cả các quốc gia. Và để làm được điều đó, Việt Nam thấy rằng chúng ta cần phải tiếp tục thực hiện một số ưu tiên. Thứ nhất, luôn đặt con người ở trung tâm của mọi quyết định, mọi hành động. Cần phải xây dựng một hệ thống an sinh xã hội để đảm bảo mọi người dân đều có việc làm, có thu nhập ổn định và được tiếp cận với những dịch vụ cơ bản một cách đầy đủ nhất. Nhất là cần phải tăng cường năng lực chuẩn bị, ứng phó và chống chịu với những thách thức mới mà dễ thấy nhất gần đây là về y tế. Thứ hai, chúng ta rất cần tăng cường kết nối trong khu vực và giữa các khu vực. Trước hết là về giao thông, về năng lượng, về công nghệ thông tin và truyền thông. Để đảm bảo được các chuỗi cung ứng phải có khả năng chống chịu. Cùng với đó là quá trình thúc đẩy chuyển đổi số, giảm khoảng cách số một cách nhanh hơn. Thứ ba, cần phải tiếp tục nỗ lực để thúc đẩy đổi mới sáng tạo và huy động nguồn lực để thực hiện các sáng kiến, các nỗ lực mới nhằm chuyển đổi mô hình tăng trưởng sang mô hình tăng trưởng carbon thấp, phát triển kinh tế xanh, kinh tế tuần hoàn, sẵn sàng ứng phó biến đổi khí hậu và các yếu tố an ninh phi truyền thống. Chúng ta cần phải thúc đẩy mạnh mẽ hơn nữa mối quan hệ đối tác, tăng cường các sáng kiến đa phương, hợp tác chặt chẽ trong khu vực và giữa khu vực với các khu vực khác. ESCAP cần phát huy hơn nữa vai trò thúc đẩy xây dựng và thực hiện các thỏa thuận, khuôn khổ hợp tác khu vực, tạo môi trường trao đổi về tri thức, ý tưởng, dự án, qua đó hỗ trợ tốt hơn các nước thành viên trong phục hồi và phát triển kinh tế xã hội. Thưa Ngài Chủ tịch, trong những năm qua, Việt Nam đã dần vươn lên thành nước có thu nhập trung bình thấp, quy mô nền kinh tế tăng nhanh, môi trường đầu tư liên tục được cải thiện. Kinh tế của Việt Nam tăng trưởng nhanh nhưng luôn gắn kết hài hòa với phát triển văn hóa xã hội, tiến bộ và công bằng được đảm bảo, tài nguyên và môi trường được chú trọng bảo vệ. Nỗ lực thực hiện các mục tiêu thiên niên kỷ của Việt Nam, mục tiêu phát triển bền vững của Việt Nam cũng đã đạt nhiều kết quả tích cực. Theo báo cáo phát triển bền vững năm 2021, Việt Nam đứng thứ 51, tăng 37 bậc so với trước đó 5 năm. Tỷ lệ nghèo đa chiều được giảm mạnh, bao phủ các dịch vụ, giáo dục, y tế thiết yếu cao hơn rất nhiều nước có cùng mức thu nhập. Tỷ trọng năng lượng tái tạo tăng nhanh, hạ tầng công nghệ được cải thiện đáng kể. Cũng như nhiều quốc gia trong khu vực, Việt Nam đã kiểm soát được dịch bệnh COVID-19 và đã mở cửa hoàn toàn từ giữa tháng 3. Đã chuyển sang giai đoạn thích ứng an toàn, linh hoạt, dần phục hồi các hoạt động kinh tế xã hội và hầu hết các lĩnh vực đã tiệm cận mức tăng trước đại dịch. Trên suốt chặng đường vừa qua, Việt Nam luôn nhận được sự đồng hành, hỗ trợ quý báu của cộng đồng quốc tế, trong đó có Liên Hợp Quốc nói chung và ESCAP nói riêng. Chúng tôi mong tiếp tục nhận được sự hợp tác hỗ trợ đó để cùng hiện thực khát vọng phát triển đất nước, hoàn thành các mục tiêu phát triển bền vững và các cam kết của Việt Nam tại hội nghị COP26, trong đó có cam kết đạt phát thải ròng bằng zero vào năm 2050. Việt Nam cam kết sẽ tiếp tục đóng góp chủ động, tích cực, có trách nhiệm và hiệu quả vào những nỗ lực của ESCAP nói riêng và Liên Hợp Quốc nói chung vì hòa bình, ổn định và sự phát triển bền vững của khu vực và trên thế giới. Xin chúc cho khóa họp thành công tốt đẹp. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn.
Thank you, Your Excellency. May I now invite the conference room officer to play the video of the Prime Minister of Cambodia, current chair of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, His Excellency Somdet Akamaha Senabadi Desho Hun Sen. Please.
Excellency Amida Salsia Alice Jabana, the United Nations Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the UN ESCAP, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of the Royal Government of Cambodia, I would like to congratulate this 75th anniversary of the establishment of the UN ESCAP and highly commend the organization of the 78th annual session under the theme, A Common Agenda to Advance Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, to promote peace, stability, and socio-economic prosperity in the Asia-Pacific region. Sustainable development is an important global agenda that requires the participation of all stakeholders within the countries, regions, and the whole world. The COVID-19 crisis, as well as the other emerging challenges, has not only disrupted the process of achieving sustainable development, but also reflected the necessity to further enhance and strengthen international cooperation. In the context of an improved COVID-19 situation, but yet to be completely over, the main priority of the common agenda in the Asia-Pacific region, as well as the whole world, is to win the battle against COVID-19 pandemic by using vaccines as the key strategic weapon. In this regard, Cambodia highly appreciates the culture of mutual assistance, especially the sharing of COVID-19 vaccines, aiming at building full herd immunity worldwide. Meanwhile, as the administrative and health measures have been gradually relaxed and removed, Cambodia would also like to encourage the reopening of the economy and strengthening of economic integration by promoting investment, trade through full implementation of free trade agreements that have entered into force, and enhancing people-to-people connectivity, especially in tourism sector, in order to jointly revitalize the post-COVID-19 economic recovery and growth in our respective country and region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as our region and the whole world beyond is looking forward with optimism, we are now facing a new crisis. That is the war in Ukraine, which has not only hampered the socio-economic recovery, but can also lead to long-term socio-economic and geopolitical impacts. In this sense, we must work together to maintain order, peace, and especially food security in the country and region by maintaining the flows of essential goods so that our people do not further suffer, and make sure that no one is left behind. At the same time, Cambodia believes that to achieve sustainable development, it requires joint decisions under multilateralism with respect to international laws and sovereignty of each nation. I believe that the 78th annual session will be conducted with active discussions that will provide new mechanisms and initiatives for cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region to promote the post-COVID-19 economic recovery and growth, and move towards achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals as planned. Cambodia is ready to participate in both of her capacities as a country within the Asia-Pacific region and as the chair of ASEAN in 2022. Multilateralism is our hope, and the United Nations is our beacon of hope. Finally, I wish the 78th annual session a success with full deliberation. Thank you.
Now, may I invite the conference room officer to play the video of the Prime Minister of Fiji, also chair of the Pacific Islands Forum, His Excellency Mr. Josiah Vorege Bainimarama. Please.
The Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Leaders of government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Bula Vinaka from Fiji. Let me first congratulate you, Madam Executive Secretary, on your appointment. Your leadership comes at a critical time. Pacific people face a COVID crisis that is only just ending, a price increase crisis that is just beginning, and a climate crisis that has been worsening for years. For Pacific Island nations, the effort to reclaim our future starts with reclaiming our present before COVID-19. Yet the new war in Europe, lagging pandemic shortages, intensifying climate catastrophes, and rising inflationary pressures all threaten our fragile recoveries. The latest science says we have a 50% possibility of crossing the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold of global warming over the next 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, that gives low-lying islands a 50-50 chance of a future, and of course, at realizing any of the Sustainable Development Goals. Meanwhile, a skyrocketing price of freight and commodities like wheat and fuel is a gut punch to our import-dependent societies. Yet through it all, the global superpowers seem super focused on power and little else. At times, it feels the leaders of the wealthy world are speaking a completely different language, and our struggles aren't in the vocabulary. So let me be clear. Our people's security, from the communities they call home to the calories they consume, is at risk. None of that can come second to anyone's geopolitics. And conversations that aren't focused on our challenges are not conversations we can afford to be having. We are not calling for retreat from the multilateral system. We are calling for reform. This 75th anniversary is our chance to devise an urgent, coherent, and comprehensive global action plan to revive the 2030 Agenda. We still stand a chance at delivering a future that is centered on people and the planet, that leverages digital technology, enhances trade, creates jobs, protects nature, catalyzes green and blue investment, and builds resilience. That work is underway in Fiji. We are building back better, bluer, greener, and even closer collaboration with the private sector. We are repurposing our economy around sustainability, in tourism, in shipping, in agriculture, and through conservation and the adoption of digital technology. To combat the price increase crisis, we are raising the minimum wage. We are boosting local crop production, and we've removed VAT on 21 essential food items. With ESCAP support, we are moving toward net zero emissions. And while the extreme rigidity of the global financial architecture can make going tough, we are finding innovative ways to finance our development. Fiji was the first emerging economy to issue sovereign green bonds, and we're leveraging private finance through a blue bond this year to protect reefs and build resilient coastal ecosystems. And we will continue to push for a more sophisticated framework for assessing debt sustainability that properly values the cost effectiveness of building resilience. In the lead up to COP27, nations must commit to the establishment of a post-2025 climate finance framework, which considers dedicated climate financing windows for small island development states, given our extreme vulnerabilities. The next 75 years of our cooperation through UN ESCAP start today. Our collective duty is to ensure we set the course for a future that leaves no nation, no people, and none of our most vulnerable behind. And thank you.
Next, may I invite the conference room officer to play the video of the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, Her Excellency Ms. Sheikh Hasina.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Her Excellency Executive Secretary, UN ESCAP. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I am happy to join the 78th annual session of Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. The theme of the session, a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific, is rightly chosen to strengthen regional cooperation, partnership, and solidarity for a sustainable world. The event marks the culmination of the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of ESCAP. I wish every success of the Commission. Excellencies, when the world is struggling to recover from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russian-Ukrainian conflict came as a huge blow to the global economic and social stability. The poor and developing countries are experiencing the brunt of the war. The war must be stopped immediately, and joint actions are needed to tackle the situation. Bangladesh has been recommended to graduate from LDC's status in 2026. It is a global recognition of our planned development journey that we have been following for the last 13 years. Our government has been working with the aim to transform Bangladesh into a knowledge-based, developed, and prosperous country by 2041. People are at the center of our development pursuit. So is the SDGs. We have incorporated the framework provided in the SDGs to address the challenges of social inclusion, economic development, environmental protection, and integration of ICT as enablers in all of our planned documents. Our government has been working diligently to build a hunger and poverty-free Bangladesh, which is the main theme of SDG 1 and SDG 2. Dear Chair, COVID-19 pandemic battered the health system and economies of most of the countries across the world. The poor and developing countries are worst sufferers. In Bangladesh, while tackling the pandemic, we have tried to strike a balance between lives and livelihoods. Our timely and prudent interventions greatly helped manage the macroeconomic stability, while many countries in South Asia experienced negative and nominal GDP growth. We maintained a commendable growth during the pandemic. We are expecting over 7% GDP growth in 2021 to 22. We have already brought almost all targeted population under vaccination. Distinguished delegates, as the chair of Climate Vulnerable Forum CBF, Bangladesh has drafted the Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan with a vision to achieving energy independence and setting Bangladesh's trajectory from vulnerability to resilience to prosperity. We see regional cooperation as the most viable option for shared prosperity. Bangladesh is engaged in different regional initiatives like SAARC, BIMSTEC, BBIN, BCIMEC, and Trilateral Highway. The establishment of the South-South Network for Public Service Innovation helps Bangladesh's experts to share their knowledge and experiences on various issues, including the SDGs. Bangladesh is actively engaged in the cross-border paperless trade, Asia-Pacific Trade Agreement, public-private partnership networking, renewable energy, and other initiatives of ESCAP. We gave the support to ESCAP's initiatives for the Asian Highway and Trans-Asian Railway and other approaches. Excellencies, Bangladesh has been hosting 1.1 million forcibly displaced Myanmar nationals. This humanitarian crisis poses a serious security threat. We expect enhanced focus and active support of the international community to safe, sustainable, and dignified return of these displaced people. In conclusion, I would like to propose the following steps that ESCAP may take into account. Take action-oriented steps to facilitate collaboration in pursuit of knowledge and innovation. Request for international support measures to the graduating countries in a more pragmatic way. Assist member states to get united to pursue sufficient allocation of funds and technology for climate change victim countries. Enhance regional financial cooperation to improve regional crisis management capacity, and leveraging ICT for employment generation and growth of IT and IT-enabled services to cope with the fourth IR. I thank you all again.
Next, may I invite the conference room officer to play the video of the Prime Minister of Samoa, Her Excellency Ms. Fiame Naomi Mataafa.
Mr. President, Executive Secretary, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be invited to be part of the opening session of the ministerial segment of the 78th Commission session. It is therefore fitting for me to offer my congratulations and those of my government to the Commission on the commemoration of this landmark milestone of its 75th anniversary. At this juncture, we are poised to engage in dialogue to discuss the future of regional cooperation and to advance the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and ensuring the promise of leaving no one behind. We are all aware that regional cooperation is a critical factor in the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. Its value transcends ease and efficiency of resource mobilization, spanning diverse and powerful ways through which collective efforts can strengthen the achievement of the SDGs. Cooperative approaches promise to deliver faster results with greater efficiency. Countries belonging to specific geographic regions are often found to have similar development trajectories, owing to a mix of historical, cultural, and locational factors, and hence have many common sustainable development policy challenges. As sits in our region, these are the same characteristics we share. Moreover, due to proximity, we are often bound by transboundary issues such as climate change and natural disasters, energy security, transport, and ICT connectivity, which need collectively developed and owned policy solutions and transboundary infrastructure networks. Such networks can enhance access to goods and services, which are critical for improving living conditions, especially for vulnerable groups. Mr. President, the resolution adopted by ESCAP member states at the 77th Commission session of 2021 gave recognition to the importance of regional cooperation in ensuring resilient recovery from the pandemic and calls for, among other areas, enhanced cooperation in closing connectivity gaps, strengthening digital connectivity, and promoting the digital economy, sustainable and disaster-resilient infrastructure and investment, and to enhance regional supply chain connectivity and diversification. We know from experiences around our region that regional cooperation would not only be desirable, but also feasible if it is placed in the framework of the SDGs. At its heart, the 2030 Agenda calls for fundamental changes in the world's economies, so they produce prosperity for all people in a way that is inclusive and just, and sustainable over time and across generations. And we need to link the economic, social, and environmental dimension of development, all of which are expressed in the 17 SDGs. The United Nations Development System has long operated through entities focused on specific sectors. It must now meet the challenge of providing integrated assistance that connects and cuts across the SDGs. In practice, this means effectively and coherently linking diverse partners and sources of expertise, including from governments, parliaments, civil society and the private sector, academia, and the full range of international organizations. The Global South is increasingly becoming a source of innovative solutions to developmental challenges and a key SDG accelerator. The Commission is in a position to capture these advantages of the Asia-Pacific region and continue to develop networks to link the subregions. The Pacific subregion has a good network of organizations that would contribute to and benefit from region-wide exchanges. Before closing, Mr. President, I wish to briefly relate the experiences of Samoa in redirecting its development focus to meet our people's vision of fostering social harmony, safety, and freedom for all, and to accelerate our sustainable development agenda. The challenge we face in these unprecedented times have raised our commitment to empower our communities so that they can better cope with such disruptions and threats to our well-being and prosperity. Our decision to prioritize human development over the next 5 years gives recognition to the need to address the critical issues that have marred our socio-economic development over the past 20 years. Our aspiration is to nurture growth that benefits all of our people. We have widened community participation so that we can build community prosperity, enhance security, and protect our people and the environment. We will build resilience, diversify green development, stimulate innovation, and encourage socialization. Our pursuit of enhanced human development will overcome hardship for the poor and vulnerable people. We will enable them to access opportunities so that they will reach their full potential and enjoy a better quality of life. We greatly encourage our people to share our responsibilities, and by working together, we can unlock solutions, accelerate action, and create a more inclusive, resilient, and prosperous Samoa. Mr. President, I look forward to a new and strengthened framework for regional cooperation within and among the subregions, and that we have a work program for 2023 fit for this purpose. Thank you.
Next, may I invite the conference room officer to play the video of the Prime Minister of Tonga, His Excellency Mr. Huaka Vameiliku.
Your Excellency, Ms. Amita Sausia Alisjapana, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies and fellow heads of delegation of the members of ESCAP, ladies and gentlemen, we mark a milestone, the 75th anniversary of ESCAP. 75 years of profound transformation for our countries, our region, and the planet Earth that we all share. A journey of struggles and celebration, a journey to newly formed nation-states and new eras of international relations. ESCAP was established when there were only 108 countries in our global community. Now we count more than 193 independent nation-states. In the 1950s, many of today's Pacific Island countries were still protectorates under colonial rulers. Today, we take our seats in gatherings like these as full and equal members of ESCAP. The theme for this session, a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific, is our opportunity to advocate for greater stewardship by us over the futures of our ocean space. Let us seize the moment to think out of the box for solution. Your Excellencies, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought about an extraordinary social and economic crisis in the region. The response of many governments of imposing social distancing, lockdown, travel bans, and border closures to control the spread of the virus has caused increased unemployment and the closure of many businesses. These challenges have been met by robust economic policies, which include higher government spending, reduction in taxes, and temporary financial support to businesses and highly vulnerable groups in our society. At the same time, there has been a rapid buildup in public debt resulting in an increased risk of soaring debt distress among the member states, which in turn undermines the achievement of the goals of economic growth, poverty alleviation, and sustainable development. The need to also allocate resources to meet the challenges of climate change have the potential to create a debt crisis for most developing countries, which can drag on for a prolonged period of time. The policy options are stark and unenviable, particularly for small island developing states such as Tonga. Your Excellencies, allow me to mention just one key option on the subject of the debt for climate adaptation swap. How can we address or exchange our growing national debt for the excellent ocean management programs we run in our countries? A suggested debt swap for ocean management and protection at an unprecedented scale would directly reduce the debt of Pacific Island countries in exchange for visionary ocean commitments. I would contend that this would seem to be a viable option to explore at this 78th session. Your Excellency, on the 15th of January, the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcanic eruptions reached the same level as the 1883 Mount Krakatoa explosion. It severely damaged the fiber optic cables linking us to the rest of the world and placing us off the screen and practically out of touch for close to a month. Then we faced the community spread of COVID-19 on the 1st of February 2022. This triggered the need to accelerate adaptation of digital technologies. This was truly a marked result of the double disaster that hit us. The other important lesson of this overlapping crisis for the Kingdom of Tonga is the critical need to be self-sufficient and resilient. We must become more resilient, and our shared duty is to build a better and stronger future for our children. These are the questions we must find workable answers to. Your Excellencies, please accept our best wishes for the deliberation in this 78th session, and we will be listening intently on possible solutions to build better resilience in our region. Malo aupito. Thank you.
Next, may I invite the conference room officer to play the video of the acting Prime Minister of Tuvalu, His Excellency Mr. Minit Alapati Taupo.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Talofa and warm greetings from Tuvalu. I would like to thank the organizers and host of the 78th session of the ESCAP for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of my country, Tuvalu. Tuvalu remains at the forefront of climate change, with efforts to curb the threats to our existing and people. The Tuvalu National Strategy for Sustainable Development, Tekete, outlines the priority areas that have been set as the foundation and vision for Tuvalu from today until 2030. We envision a peaceful, resilient, and prosperous Tuvalu, a shared vision for the region. Tekete reminds the Tuvalu people of the simple traditional life setting inherited from our forefathers. It allows us to re-evaluate and focus more on the strengthening of the basic structures of our society, first, and by reviving and applying our cultural practices and values. Tilling the poor soil of our atoll land, making optimum use of our inshore and ocean fisheries, fostering the maintenance of our pristine atoll environment, and mainstreaming our traditional governance system to work harmoniously with our adopted parliamentary democratic institutions. Tekete challenges all citizens to recognize that each one of us has a role to play, and through unity brings strength and consistent cooperation in achieving our national vision. Tuvalu's development is grounded in an enabling environments for sustainable development, economic development, social development and inclusion, islands and culture, and infrastructure development. These national priorities identify the intrinsic needs of our people with the foresight that also mirror the shared values and interests of our region. We therefore must look to our values, our communities, and our core identities to provide our people with the necessary principles that make our culture unique and Tuvaluan. These values have often been shared. Tuvalu bases its foreign policies on the fallibility concept, which promotes partnership and collaboration with our neighbors and allows us to understand and utilize existing regional mechanisms to ensure that we leave no one behind. We must develop a common agenda for advancing sustainable development for all. Our key priorities here are digital transformation, or the need to strengthen communication services and e-commerce and trading services. In Tuvalu, we hope that all sectors can contribute to creating innovative adaptation strategies to mitigate the effects of climate change on stability and social cohesion. Science and technology, especially ICT, are areas that can be highly promising in the fight against climate change and sea level rise to sustain international peace and stability. We must also focus on sub-regional cooperation and promoting sustainable development for all. Through the Samoa pathway, we can center climate change, oceans, and aligning our priorities with the blue oceans. We can also better comprehend that and understand the necessity for insurance so that we can remain silent against disasters. Recently, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change produced its latest report on the status of climate change across the globe. The report reiterates that we already know and are experiencing in Tuvalu. Climate change is causing more frequent and severe storms, floods, droughts, and extreme weather events. However, what is perhaps most troubling about the latest report is that warming temperatures are leading to compound extremes. This is when multiple climate hazards occur simultaneously in the same place. They affect multiple regions at the same time or occur in a sequence. Climate change is the single greatest existential threat of our time. We must work harder through our sub-regional and regional mechanism and stand in solidarity to address climate change more effectively. Finally, we must ensure that our financial structures are aligned and protected in the midst of COVID-19. We must adopt advanced control measures to protect our people despite the many health challenges we face. The establishment of mechanisms to cushion and buffer national financing as a result of COVID-19 and the challenges it has posed to economic development have been an important lesson for us. It is critical that regional and sub-regional organizations work hand in hand with national government to support and achieve economic stability. I, therefore, call for more genuine and durable partnerships. We are global citizens and countries facing similar challenges can no longer address threats on our own. We must not take matters lightly, and we must work harder together through partnerships and collaborations that will bring benefits to our people, protect our islands, and build a safer place for our generations to come. May God bless Tuvalu and all members of the ESCAP. Thank you, and Fafdailan.
Next, may I invite the conference room officer to play the video of the Prime Minister of Vanuatu, His Excellency Mr. Bob Luffman-Weiber.
Chair of this Commission session, Madam Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure today to deliver this statement on behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Vanuatu. Over the last 2 years, development progress in the region has been threatened greatly by the COVID-19 pandemic. The world continues to face the grim implication of failing to keep the global temperature increase below 1.5 degrees and more so in the damage from natural disasters that recur with increasing frequency and intensity. More recently, a rapidly evolving crisis in Ukraine is expected to have wide-ranging socio-economic impact that disproportionately affect the vulnerable communities, including our islands, through higher fuel and food prices. We convene today in our collaborative effort to find solutions to address these challenges, working together towards a better future for ourselves, our children, and the future generation. In this context, I fully support the theme of this Commission session, Reclaiming Our Future, a common agenda for advancing sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated vulnerabilities that already existed in Vanuatu due to climate change and natural disasters and environmental degradation, and it exposed entire communities, including women, people with disabilities, the elderly, and our youth to additional socioeconomic challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, for Vanuatu, a recently graduated least developed country, the COVID challenge has been amplified by the climate-fueled natural disasters. The COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns were followed by Category 5 Tropical Cyclone Harold in 2020, and then Cyclone Toby in February 2022, compacted by landslides, volcanic ash falls in 2021, all of which threatened to roll back decades of development gains. The estimated total cost of these compounded disasters is way over $520 million USD and represents approximately 61% of our national GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, to build back better in response to COVID-19 and to address the impacts of climate change and geological disasters, the Vanuatu government has put together unique and targeted policies and strategies aligned to the National Sustainable Development Plan. We developed the Vanuatu Recovery Strategy that is aimed at supporting communities impacted by the disasters, providing that framework to recover, rebuild, and emerge stronger and more resilient. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has coincided with a crisis that is likely to have been more serious ramification over time, the changing climate change. We hope that our partners will quickly meet the agreed 100 billion USD per year through 2025, and then expand the scale and scope of new, additional, predictable, easy accessible, and transparent climate finance to affect, minimize, and address climate impacts. While Vanuatu continues to support the UN Climate Convention, flattering ambition requires us to use all our tools in our collective toolbox, including the tools of international law. At the upcoming 77th General Assembly of the United Nations, Vanuatu will propose a resolution calling on the International Court of Justice to give an advisory opinion on the obligation of states under the international law to protect the rights of present and future generations against the adverse effects of climate change. We look forward to your invaluable support. Ladies and gentlemen, on December 4, 2020, Vanuatu took a bold step to graduate out of the LDC category despite COVID-19 and DC Harold. We have done so because we believe it is the right thing to do, which propels Vanuatu in a positive can-do attitude that will rise up and do all we can with courage, boldness, and determination to address and cope with the natural characteristics of our existence. Ladies and gentlemen, to recover better, together we need to take comprehensive action at the global, regional, and national level to address our common challenges. Effective and sustainable support is now needed more than ever to regain regional momentum for advancing the 2030 agenda while building inclusive economies and resilient societies. I thank you all.
Next, may I invite the conference room officer to play the video of His Excellency Mr. Sador Umulsakov, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Investments and Foreign Trade of Uzbekistan.
Your Excellency, Under Secretary General Armida Alisjabana, distinguished heads of state and government, dear ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an immense pleasure to participate at the 78th session of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Taking this opportunity, I would also like to express sincere congratulations to the leadership and members of the ESCAP with its 75th anniversary. Uzbekistan defines ESCAP as one of the most inclusive intergovernmental platforms, enabling countries of the Asian Pacific region to identify solutions of sustainable development challenges. It is notable that for last several years, we have intensified our cooperation within the framework of ESCAP. We have adopted 3 roadmaps to strengthen our multilateral partnership. As a result of these concrete measures, we were able to accelerate the process of implementing main objectives of Sustainable Development Goals in our country. We have resumed our participation in SPECA and co-chaired this program last year. We have also conducted a number of events under ESCAP on the regional level and joined regional space application program for sustainable development. Dear colleagues, current challenges taking place in the world, including severe consequences of the climate change, rising concerns of food security, growing level of global poverty, require us to concentrate our efforts on the development of joint actions to address these important issues. Since 2017, in the course of implementation, a wide-scale reform strategy of the President of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, we have reshaped our vision towards development of our society. The priorities and pillars of new Uzbekistan development strategy, covering period from 2022 to 2026, to a great extent correlate with the Sustainable Development Goals. Esteemed participants, in order to achieve SDGs in our cooperation with the countries of Asian Pacific region, we propose to focus our partnership in the following priority areas. First, today, we need to set a goal of creating favorable conditions for strengthening and increasing mutual trade between our countries. It is important to intensify joint cooperation on removing existing trade barriers, simplification of technical regulation, digitalization of customs procedures to facilitate market access issues. Uzbekistan closely works with ESCAP on signing the framework agreement on paperless trade in Asia and the Pacific. Second, due to new geopolitical risks, as well as socio-economic consequences of pandemic, the role of food security has become more important than ever. Uzbekistan supports recent initiative of adopting 5 action tracks, which were introduced during the first UN Food Systems Summit in 2021. It is also important to support efforts of ESCAP's Center for Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization on promotion of sustainable agricultural initiatives for food security through technical cooperation, exchange of information, and knowledge sharing. Third, transport connectivity is one of the major driving forces behind a sustainable growth. We believe it is vital to diversify existing transport corridors linking our region of Central Asia with the outer world. In this context, we are confident that construction of Trans-Afghan Railway will help to fully utilize the transit potential of Central and South Asia, as well as significantly reduce time and cost of transporting goods between South Asia and Europe through Central Asia. Fourth, tourism has a great potential to contribute to all of the SDGs. In Uzbekistan, we were able to increase the flow of tourists by almost 3 times in the first quarter of this year and plan to restore pre-pandemic numbers by the end of 2022. We are planning to ratify International Code for the Protection of Tourists within United Nations World Tourism Organization. And in this regard, we propose to launch new direct flights between our countries. Dear colleagues, Uzbekistan will consistently continue to develop the broad-scale, open, and practical partnership within the framework of ESCAP. We are confident that implementation of all the initiatives proposed during this conference will further strengthen our mutually beneficial cooperation and contribute to achieving sustainable development goals by all our countries. Thank you for your attention.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this is not in my script, but it is with very heavy heart and with profound sorrow that I have to announce that His Excellency, the Acting Prime Minister of Tuvalu, Mr. Minit Alapati Taupo, who just kindly addressed us in a video recording a moment ago. We have just learned that he has passed away. So we are all deeply saddened by that. We send our best wishes to the bereaved family. And could I invite all of us to stand in a minute of silence in honor of His Excellency, the Acting Prime Minister. Thank you very much. Thank you. And so that brings us to the end of all the statements. On behalf of the Commission, I would like to thank the leaders for their special messages on the 75th anniversary of the Commission and for outlining key priority areas for regional cooperation. At this time, we shall break for the morning and reconvene this afternoon at 14:30 hours Bangkok time sharp, that's 2:30 p.m., to pursue the discussions under Agenda Item 2A. But just before we break, may I call on the Secretary of the Commission to make an announcement, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to announce and remind everybody that this year we have a series of side events hosted by our member states and partner organizations. Today we have 3 side events during the lunch break as follows: a high-level dialogue on plastic pollution, next steps to end plastic pollution, organized by the Government of Japan, UNEP and ESCAP, starting at 13:30 hours Bangkok time in Conference Room 3. Sustainable graduation in the challenging situation, perspectives from Bangladesh and the region in light of the Doha Program of Action, organized by the governments of Bangladesh and Nepal, starting also at 13:30 hours Bangkok time in Meeting Room A. Building a more resilient future and inclusive civil registration and vital statistics, strengthening linkages with the health sector, organized by the government of Pakistan, UNFPA, UNICEF, and ESCAP, starting at 13:30 hours in MR Meeting Room H. The majority of these events are open to all participants, but in light of the physical distancing requirements of COVID-19, limited seats are available in the meeting rooms. But all these meetings are held in a hybrid format, so participants can also participate online. Details of the events are available on the Commission website. I'm also pleased to inform distinguished delegates that exhibition has been set up by the governments of Bangladesh and China. And in this connection, we invite all participants attending in person to join the opening of the exhibition on China's poverty reduction progress in the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of ESCAP, organized by the government of China, right after the conclusion of this morning's session in front of the conference room 4. Before that, right after we conclude this session, there will be a group photo for all heads of delegation. I kindly request the remaining distinguished participants to remain in their seat just for a few moments to allow the heads of delegation to proceed to the group photo. As a reminder, the heads of delegation are kindly requested to assemble in front of Conference Room 1 for the group photo. I'm also pleased to inform everybody that the Executive Secretary and the Chair, the Vice Minister of the Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand, are hosting a reception tonight, this evening, for all the participants of the Commission, and will be here at the conclusion of the proceedings at 16:30 hours on level 2. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the Secretary of the Commission and the members of your Secretariat. The meeting is now adjourned. จ้ะจ้ะจ้ะโอเคจ้ะ
Please follow me for the photo session.
Sure. Thank you. That's
Yeah,
very
that
good.
was not on the
Thanks.
script, but
in Istana. Yeah, it's okay. Madam Executive Secretary Amina Sansia Alice Jabana, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the meeting is called to order. Before we take up agenda item 2, we have one more video message on the 75th anniversary of ESCAP. May I invite the conference room officer to play the video of the message from the President of the Philippines, His Excellency Rodrigo Duterte, delivered by His Excellency Mr. Carl Kendrick Chua, Secretary, National Economic and Development Authority. Please.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Executive Secretary, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, I am honored to deliver this statement on behalf of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. On behalf of the President, I congratulate the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific on its 75th anniversary. The Philippine government has worked doubly hard towards achieving the Filipino people's long-standing aspiration to end extreme poverty. With just one generation to achieve this goal, we acted decisively to put in place the necessary policy reforms and programs. In 2018, we achieved a record low poverty rate of 16.7% and lifted 6 million Filipinos out of poverty. The COVID-19 pandemic has, however, temporarily reversed these early gains, but our resolve remains strong. The Philippine economy grew by 5.7% in 2021, above our targets. Our progress in accelerating the vaccination program and safely reopening the economy allowed the country to further grow by 8.3% in the first quarter of 2022 and surpass the pre-pandemic gross domestic product level. Today's session reflects our collective determination to ensure our region's resilient recovery. As part of our commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, we incorporated the Sustainable Development Goals in the Philippine Development Plan. We are implementing the SDG budget tagging initiative to effectively monitor projects across government agencies. We have started tracking climate-related expenditures in the national budget. Soon, we will include all the SDGs. We have also made progress in the rollout of our national ID program to facilitate the delivery of social services. The degradation of our planet has already reached alarming levels. Climate risks will continue to worsen if left unaddressed. Greater collaboration is therefore needed to build our resilience against future crises and the growing threat of climate change. No one should be left behind. Let us work together to respond to the critical risks of our times. Thank you.
Thank you. We shall now take up agenda item 2 on the theme of the 78th session, a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. The document pertaining to this agenda item is ESCAP/78/1, which contains the summary of the theme study on a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. The Commission's consideration of this agenda item will begin with the introduction of the theme study for this 78th session, followed by a high-level thematic roundtable on strengthening health responses and preparedness, and then country statements. May I invite the Executive Secretary, Ms. Amida Sansia Alice Jabana, to introduce the theme study, a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. Please, Madam.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Asia-Pacific region is at a crossroads. Economic growth has helped reduce poverty, and the region has done so much faster than other parts of the world. With millions lifted out of poverty, most countries now offer their citizens many more opportunities to live longer, healthier, and more productive and secure lives. Nevertheless, rapid economic growth has come at a heavy price. The region's achievements are now threatened by three overlapping crises. The first is COVID-19, a pandemic of inequalities. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought suffering and loss to almost everyone. To date, Asia-Pacific accounts for over 57% and 48% respectively of officially counted global COVID-19 cases and deaths. COVID-19 has not just killed millions of people, it has also had cascading economic, social, environmental, and technological effects. But those hit hardest have been the poor, with older persons, women, migrants, children, and the youth disproportionately affected, thus widening inequalities. The second is climate change and ecological destruction. The Asia-Pacific region is at the forefront of climate change in terms of causes and consequences, accounting for around 55% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Furthermore, the region is facing the world's most severe decline in biodiversity and ecosystems, while air and water pollution kills millions of people every year. All these pressures have a disproportionate impact on the poor. Third, I would say more disasters are ahead. Fueled by climate change, some countries are close to a tipping point beyond which disaster risk will exceed their capacity to respond. Our analysis shows that the difference between 1.5 degrees centigrade and 2 degrees centigrade of global warming is quite substantial in terms of sub-regional damage and destruction, while also exacerbating the emergence and re-emergence of infectious diseases and pathogens. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these three crises are compounded by widening inequalities in income and opportunity. And with the emergence of the more recent and rapidly evolving crisis in Ukraine, it is the poor, once again, who are expected to be disproportionately affected, as fuel and food inflation bring heightened food insecurity, hunger, and other socio-economic vulnerabilities. Significant efforts need to be made to anticipate what lies ahead. In particular, there is an urgent need to refocus our attention on the Sustainable Development Goals as the target year of 2030 comes ever closer. The 2022 theme study reflects this imperative. Inspired by the Declaration on the Commemoration of the 75th Anniversary of the United Nations, and within the overall framework of the report of the Secretary-General entitled Our Common Agenda, the theme study identifies the following elements for a regional common agenda for a wealthier but riskier world. 1. Be prepared. No one knows which extreme event will come next. Governments, therefore, need to be prepared through strategic foresight that encompasses comprehensive risk, governance backed by computational innovations. 2. Leave no one behind. In most countries, being poor is the most important factor for being left behind. Central solution is to design, build, and implement social protection systems that ensure the right to social protection for all. 3. Protect our planet. The region needs to take action on climate change by phasing out the use of coal, ending fossil fuel subsidies, and making use of carbon pricing. Action on biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation, as well as on air and water pollution, is also urgently needed. 4. Place women and girls at the center. This is critical to fulfilling their rights and empowering them, which in turn strengthen their contribution to inclusive and sustainable development solutions. 5. Listen to and work with young people. Youth should have equal representation in parliaments and citizen assemblies and be involved in the development of environmental policies that reflect the needs of future generations. 6. Improve digital cooperation. Cost-effective public investment in ICT infrastructure and scaled-up investment in training and education for those who have little experience with ICT need further attention. In this regard, the private sector is a key government partner. 7. Boost partnership for enhanced trade and foreign direct investment as engines of growth with simplified and digitalized trade procedure. 8. Ensure sustainable financing. To create sufficient fiscal space, it will be important for countries at the national level to curb non-developmental expenditure, move to more progressive form of taxation, and raise funds through innovative instruments. Finally, ESCAP is ready to serve. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ESCAP was established 75 years ago to help post-war reconstruction and advance the economic and social development of countries in the region. The challenges have changed, but the need for multilateralism and regional cooperation is as great today as it was 75 years ago. By strengthening and leveraging the most inclusive intergovernmental platform in the region, ESCAP can support member states in tackling persistent and emerging challenges. While regional cooperation agreements and frameworks developed by ESCAP have focused, for example, on enhancing regional transport connectivity and trade integration, future cooperation framework must continue to put our region people at their core. As we prepare to reclaim our future, ESCAP stands ready to serve in the implementation of this common agenda for all the people of Asia and the Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. As we have heard, the topic of this year covers several key priority areas for the region. In order to unpack the theme and take a deeper dive into some of these priorities, we will have 3 high-level thematic roundtables, 1 today and 2 tomorrow. We will start with the high-level thematic roundtable on strengthening health responses and preparedness. For this, I have the honor to invite the Executive Secretary to moderate the roundtable. Madam, I hand over to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the COVID-19 pandemic has certainly exacerbated inequalities between and within countries and many countries, particularly lower income ones, the vulnerable, the marginalized, as well as they are lagging in vaccinating their population. This vaccine disparity is or has prolonged the pandemic in both developed and developing countries. At the same time, there is hope that enhanced cooperation will lead to higher production of vaccine, diagnostic and therapeutics, as well as their more equitable distribution. And we are very hopeful that this year, 2022, will serve as the watershed year in the battle to end the pandemic. I would now like to invite our distinguished speakers to provide their insights on priority actions countries might take to achieve equitable access to vaccine and therapeutics, as well as areas for regional cooperation to strengthen pandemic response capacities and health systems. First, let us hear introductory remarks from His Excellency, Mr. Colin Fixen-Kelapile, President of ECOSOC, who kindly recorded a video message despite last-minute complication that prevented him from traveling and from being here with us today. May I now invite the conference room officer to play the video message.
Madam Executive Secretary, Your Excellency Ms. Retno Lestari Prensari Masood, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, Excellency Ms. Helen Clark, 37th Prime Minister of New Zealand, and former Administrator of UNDP, and co-chair of the Independent Panel on Pandemic Preparedness, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chief Scientist, World Health Organization, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I wish to commend the organizers for convening this high-level thematic roundtable on strengthening health responses and preparedness. The COVID-19 pandemic with its attendant devastating socio-economic impacts, heightened calls for strengthening health responses and preparedness. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the inequalities within and between countries in access to vaccines, medicines, and diagnostics. To address this challenge, the United Nations General Assembly convened the 31st special session in response to the coronavirus disease, COVID-19 pandemic, from 3 to 4 December 2020. To ensure that the world is better prepared for the next pandemic, the World Health Assembly in May 2020 established an independent panel for pandemic preparedness and response. In addition, the World Health Organization took a decision on the negotiation of a convention, agreement, or other international instrument to strengthen pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. I am delighted that the Asia-Pacific region is also playing a critical role in strengthening health responses and preparedness. Through the ESCAP Commission, member states in Asia and the Pacific region adopted Resolution 77/1 in 2021, which recognizes the importance of all countries to have universal, equitable, timely access to quality, safe, efficacious, and affordable diagnosis, therapeutics, medicines, vaccines, and essential health technologies. Above all, the Asia-Pacific region has adopted good practices for ensuring equitable and affordable access to essential health products such as COVID-19 vaccines and therapeutics. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is gratifying to observe that the multilateral initiatives such as COVAX facility has provided a lifeline for countries in the Asia-Pacific region through the supply of vaccines. The ASEAN Leaders' Declaration on ASEAN Vaccine Security and Self-Reliance is another good practice that promotes collaboration among member states in fighting the pandemic. The establishment of the Asian Development Bank, ADB, Asia Pacific Vaccine Access Facility, has offered rapid and equitable support to its developing member states countries to procure and deliver effective and safe vaccines. It is encouraging that the bilateral agreements signed by Asia-Pacific countries on vaccine manufacturing, distribution, and delivery have complemented regional and global efforts to strengthen health responses and preparedness. The COVID-19 pandemic responses have contributed to substantial advances in digital health in many countries. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to outline some of the priority areas recommended for equitable access to vaccine and therapeutics. The first priority is to speed up manufacturing, distribution, and redistribution of effective and safe vaccines in larger supplies with long shelf life and without earmarks in a transparent, accountable, and equitable way, and follow an emergency-style mode of operation. The second priority is to increase COVAX vaccine supply and provide larger vaccine shipments to receiver facilities in a transparent way. The third priority is to transform the COVAX mechanism from a market and charity model to a global public investment and global public goods model. The fourth priority is to ensure vaccination programs are accompanied by faster production and distribution of more accurate diagnostics and more effective and affordable treatments. The fifth priority is to ensure that there is a real-time monitoring and evaluation of progress in administering vaccines to allow for timely adjustments to more comprehensive strategies and plans. The sixth priority is to build regional hubs for the development and manufacturing of vaccines or to strengthen the existing ones. The seventh priority is to increase public-private partnerships in vaccine development, manufacturing, and distribution, and scaling up exchanges and transfer of knowledge, know-how, technology, and resources between countries to achieve vaccine self-sufficiency. The eighth priority is to promote policy coherence through regulatory and normative systems to achieve quality and standards concerning health and economic policies, science and innovation, population and health. The ninth priority is to apply a whole of government and a whole of society approach in providing universal health coverage with equal access to quality, comprehensive, connected, and affordable health care, develop more agile, anticipatory, and adaptive health system with the involvement of local communities. Such health infrastructure will facilitate more comprehensive, rapid, and responsive immunization campaigns in the future. The 10th priority is to address the many dimensions and determinants of health and the triple burden of diseases through multi-sectoral actions for health with primary health care at the center. Lastly, high-level political leadership and commitment is needed to make access to vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics more equitable. The current pandemic offers us a chance to define and make vaccines a global public good and to strengthen universal health care with the ultimate goal of health and well-being for all and of building back better. I look forward to your enriching deliberations on this important subject. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you to the President of ECOSOC for his remarks. Now let us hear from our keynote speaker, Her Excellency Ms. Retno Marsudi, Foreign Minister of Indonesia, through a pre-recorded video message. May I invite the conference room officer to play the message.
President of the ECOSOC, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, honorable delegates. Nearly 2.5 years into this pandemic, life has gradually returned to normal. Looking back, however, it is clear that we were unprepared to face the pandemic. Our regional health architecture was not strong enough to effectively respond to COVID-19. The consequence is alarming. 50% of 5.2 million deaths due to COVID-19 globally were in the Asia-Pacific region. Today, our road to full recovery continues to face hurdles as youth vaccination gap remain between countries, including in Asia-Pacific. In some countries, vaccination rate is still below 20% due to unequal access, logistical challenges, and misinformation on vaccines. Colleagues, together, we must expedite vaccines into vaccination and end this pandemic. Moving forward, we have no other option but to strengthen our regional health architecture against any future pandemics. 3 things should be our focus. First, strengthen political will for better health resilience. Given the multidimensional impact of this pandemic, we can no longer treat health resilience only as a health issue. This requires strong political will and commitment from the highest level, including translating words into actions. Within a stronger regional health resilience, a stronger national health resilience. Robust investment in public health is a must. It's our political responsibility, not a burden. Everyone must have access to essential healthcare services. Second, strengthen pandemic preparedness. Being prepared means having a cooperation mechanism to better prevent, detect, and respond to any threat of infectious diseases. Therefore, we need credible early warning system and institutionalized information sharing mechanism. We must explore ways and means to procure necessary financing, encourage standardizing protocols, and enable region-wide responses. And third, strengthen regional health industries. Colleagues, they need to be self-sufficient to meet our health demands. It's urgent to enhance the production capacity of our regional health industries. And this requires more substantial financing support, cooperation in research and development and technology transfer. There is also an urgency to diversify our sources of raw materials, build our intra-regional production network, and eliminate trade barriers in the health sector. I hope to see our regional health industries become part of global health supply chains, and Indonesia stands ready to be a vaccine production hub in the region. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, there is much to be done as we recover from this pandemic. But improving our health resilience and pandemic preparedness is definitely on top of our list. Indonesia's G20 presidency has included this issue as one of its priorities, and I look forward to seeing the ESCAP facilitate further conversation and action on this matter. Let us recover together, recover stronger. I thank you.
Thank you to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia for her message. It is now my pleasure to invite one of our high-level eminent speakers, Ms. Helen Clark, former Prime Minister of New Zealand, former Administrator of UNDP, as well as co-chair of the Independent Panel on Pandemic Preparedness, to share her thoughts with us. Ms. Clark or Helen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Executive Secretary, Excellencies, and distinguished participants. And I'm so pleased that ESCAP is keeping a focus on the way out of this pandemic and on the steps which need to be taken to stop future ones developing. One thing we know for sure, diseases with pandemic potential will continue to emerge. The question is whether, collectively, our world has the resolve, the determination to stop those threats materializing into full-blown pandemics like COVID-19. Our future health security is literally in our own hands. Just last week, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf of Liberia and I, as the co-chairs of the former Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, issued a one-year progress report on the uptake of the panel's recommendations on how to end this pandemic and stop a future one. I have to say that our verdict was mixed. We do see progress in some areas, but it is slow. Clearly, the current pandemic is far from over. People are continuing to die of COVID-19 in significant numbers, and that virus continues to mutate as it circulates around our world. Unfortunately, the political resolve and the public support for fighting more waves of COVID-19 is waning. This is leaving the elderly, the health vulnerable, and the unvaccinated particularly exposed to the damage which the virus can do. So what is so critical now, and it's a key message of mine today, is for all countries to be sensitizing their populations to the need for public health measures to be calibrated up and down relative to the state of the outbreak in country. This may mean having to recommit to mask mandates, physical distancing requirements, vaccine passes, and so on. And most definitely, countries must maintain surveillance testing for the virus and have that capacity for genomic sequencing. Otherwise, we are literally flying blind, not knowing what the state of the disease is in country or around the world. On the way forward, there is a clear pathway to creating a better preparedness and response architecture at the national, regional, and global levels. At the national level, every country should formally review its experience with COVID and build on that and the gaps that it saw in its response to be better prepared when the next threat emerges. At the regional level, ESCAP, working with WHO and other relevant agencies, must play that vital role of sharing experiences of what works so that countries can adapt best practice relevant to their national context. At the global level, the World Health Organization has to be empowered to be able to act swiftly and decisively when a pandemic threat emerges. This could be speedily achieved through amendments to the international health regulations with the support of member states. We do need dedicated financing at the global level for preparedness and response. And I'm pleased to see that under Indonesia's G20 presidency, it does seem likely that a new fund will be supported to be hosted by the World Bank. This fund should be designed to be inclusive. It shouldn't be funded out of now stretched development assistance budgets. We're talking about global public goods. We need new global public investment approaches to funding those goods, acknowledging that a failure of preparedness and response anywhere is a threat to all of us, everywhere. Let me come to the key issue of how to ensure equitable access to the tools we need to fight pandemics. We've all seen how the Access to COVID Tools Accelerator, ACT-A, and its vaccine tool, COVAX, have really struggled to supply low and low-middle income countries with the supplies they need. Under 15%, 15% of people in low-income countries have received 2 vaccine doses. This is reprehensible. Now, ACT-A, which has a limited life, will be the subject of a full independent evaluation. And in the view of the independent panel, which I co-chaired, the whole platform needs to be redesigned and pre-negotiated for the future as an end-to-end platform covering all the tools which can contain an outbreak at source, stop transmission, and protect our people's health. This platform must be driven by an ethos of providing for all people in all countries in a timely manner. That did not happen with this pandemic. Regional capacities for production of vaccines, therapeutics, and other supplies have to be boosted. And overlaying all of this is the need for the World Trade Organization to agree on TRIPS waivers for the goods required to fight this pandemic. You know, India and South Africa took an early initiative to raise this issue. Now we are more than 2 years into the current pandemic. The negotiations for a TRIPS waiver go on, and they are limited to vaccines. It's not just about vaccines, it's about other innovations as well for therapeutics, diagnostics, and so on. And I think we need a bigger picture of reform here so that TRIPS waivers would apply whenever there is a pandemic to fight, whenever there is a global health crisis. Madam Executive Secretary, ending a pandemic and stopping a future one developing needs a comprehensive reform program which reaches across sectors. The role of the health sector has to be complemented by the international and regional financial institutions, the World Trade Organization, and a range of other multilaterals. Our panel advocated the creation of a global oversight council at head of state and government level to keep political momentum and accountability for pandemic preparedness and response. At the national level too, heads of state and government must lead on preparedness and response as a cross-cutting issue, which impacts broadly across the social and economic sectors. Universal health coverage and social protection must play a critical role in building resilience, as must digital connectivity, which enables education, business, and other sectors to carry on as best they can in adverse circumstances. ESCAP, with its broad and inclusive mandate, is the ideal platform for encouraging dialogue and cooperation on these issues and building consensus across our nations in the Asia Pacific on how to strengthen resilience to the ill winds of pandemics and other threats. And I wish you well, Executive Secretary, as you continue to lead ESCAP to play this vital role. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen, for a very comprehensive, insightful remarks in which you touch on several important initiatives that is ongoing, as well as new initiatives, including how to be better prepared for future pandemics, as well as how to provide solutions for the ongoing pandemic. You touch on strengthening the healthcare system at all levels, globally, regionally, as well as at national level. You also talk about the fund for pandemic preparedness, which is being further discussed at the G20, as well as you also touch on the very important potentials for regional collaboration among the countries, especially in our region. So now let me turn to the next speaker, who is Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chief Scientist of the World Health Organization, to share her insight. May I invite Dr. Soumya to deliver her address.
Greetings, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Soumya Swaminathan. I'm the Chief Scientist at the World Health Organization, and it gives me great pleasure to address you for a few minutes this morning on the very important topic of strengthening health response and preparedness that you are discussing today. Of course, the world has really been through a lot, and what the pandemic has done has set us back even further from achieving the SDG targets of 2030. And if we look at different aspects of health, whether it's delivery of health services, whether it's more investments in the health workforce, whether it's on the upstream determinants of health, all of these have been impacted because countries have focused all of their efforts and finances on dealing with the pandemic. We also have to recognize that we live in a world where threats are increasing day by day, whether these are threats to health through climate change, threats to food and nutrition security because of ongoing wars and conflicts, and of course the ever-present threat of a new pandemic, a new virus that originates in animals and jumps into humans, a so-called zoonotic disease, for which the chances are increasing day by day because of deforestation, because of urbanization, because of the illegal trade in wildlife. All of these factors make it much more easy for humans and animals to be in close proximity, and therefore the chances of viruses also jumping from humans, either through domestic animals or directly from wild animals to humans, and then there's always a chance that one of these viruses then becomes highly pathogenic and causes a disease. It's happened with HIV, it's happened with Ebola, it's happened with the Nipah virus, it happened with SARS-1, MERS, and now SARS-CoV-2. And of course, there's the ever-present threat of a pandemic influenza virus arising from mutations and recombinations. And so we really need to think very seriously about the investments that are going to be needed in health systems. At the global level, we're talking about the architecture, the global health architecture, and what needs to happen in terms of the governance, in terms of the financing, and in terms of the tools and systems that we need for global solidarity. One thing we did see was that the scientific community really rose to the occasion and was able to develop and deliver diagnostics and vaccines and therapeutics at record speed. There was a huge amount of global collaboration. This was also facilitated and coordinated by the WHO, which laid out a research roadmap for SARS-CoV-2 right in February of 2020. But where we did not see the solidarity was really in equitable access to these health products. So whether it's diagnostics, whether it's drugs or vaccines, we see a huge difference between high income and low income countries in terms of their access, in terms of the time that it took for some of these products to become available in the low income countries. And this is despite all of the efforts that were made through the ACT Accelerator, through mechanisms like COVAX. So clearly going forward, I think we need to think about the investments really into three interdependent priority areas. The first being health promotion, which is preventing disease by addressing its root causes, addressing air pollution, addressing the challenges in dietary diversity, in people not really being able to get a nutritious and a balanced diet, addressing road safety. We lose a lot of lives every year because of road safety, addressing the mental health crisis, water, sanitation, housing. All of these are very important determinants of health, and in fact they have much greater impact on the lifespan, the life expectancy, than the actual health care that's delivered in a hospital or a health center. And we haven't paid enough attention to health promotion and well-being. So that really should be where the multi-sectoral actions, the all of government approach needs to be taken, and every sector needs to be thinking about how can they make policies which impact health, and at least not make policies which are going to lead to worse health outcomes. The second area, of course, is primary health care. We need a renewed focus on primary health care. We saw during the pandemic that those countries that had built a good primary health care system with good community engagement and empowerment actually did the best in terms of outcomes. So we need to really support a radical reorientation of health systems towards primary health care as the foundation for universal health coverage. And thirdly, of course, health security. That's something everybody's talking about. It is absolutely interlinked because you cannot set up a system. The health system is just one. So what we need is strong national health systems that are interlinked, connected, accountable to the communities that they serve, and which advance gender equity and human rights. And at the national level, really a substantial proportion of the capacities that are required for health emergency preparedness and response are indivisible from those required for health promotion and the reorientation of systems towards universal health coverage based on primary health care. So targeting these common capacities for investment will accelerate progress towards the health-related sustainable development goals at the same time as boosting national and global health security. And as I said, there are areas where there is the boundaries of the health system and other governmental and societal sectors will intersect. These are education, finance, animal health, and agriculture, and the environment, to name a few. We did see that the pandemic has had a huge impact, a huge toll on education, for example, of children, and this is likely to be felt in the future. And in fact, it's estimated that there may be trillions of dollars loss of GDP to those countries where a lot of children could not go to school for 2 years during the pandemic. So in some countries, school closures lasted much longer than in other countries. Of course, all of these efforts really need to first happen at the national level, which means increased domestic investment in health along those three interdependent areas, and then thinking about how to build regional systems and support plans. For example, in R&D, it is really important that the concept of regional health security be thought through. For example, we found that in some regions of the world which had very limited manufacturing capacity, they were the ones actually who were waiting for a long time for products because they couldn't produce their own. The Asia Pacific region has enough manufacturing capacity, but still there are products, there are health products for which there isn't enough. So identifying those areas, developing regional networks both for R&D, for clinical trials, as well as for manufacturing using some of the new technology platforms we have now, the WHO mRNA Technology Transfer Hub. There are a network of 15 hubs and spokes around the world, and in the future, hopefully, all of these can use that capacity in mRNA technology to develop other health products, not just COVID vaccines, but products that we need for the treatment of TB and malaria and cancer, for example. So I think this is a very important time for these discussions to happen, and I'm confident that the discussions during this panel will enable us to chart a path forward where countries focus on their own domestic health systems, but then also look to developing and strengthening regional mechanisms and then global mechanisms, because once there's an infectious disease threat which can turn from an epidemic into a pandemic, then you need all of these three levels to be working seamlessly together in order to defeat the enemy, which in this case is a virus. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swaminathan, for sharing your very insightful remarks. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we are coming to the end of this roundtable on strengthening health responses and preparedness. I thank the esteemed panelists for their contribution and providing the background for the policy discussion to follow. Now I would like to hand over the meeting back to the chair. Mr. Chair, thank you, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Executive Secretary, for moderating the high-level thematic roundtable. Before we move on to country deliberations on the theme topic, may I call upon the Secretary of the Commission to make some housekeeping announcements, please.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, please allow me to briefly remind all participants attending online about the use of the platform Kudo. To select the language in which you prefer to follow the meeting, please go to the language selector drop-down menu in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. You'll see the 4 languages used at ESCAP, as well as the choice for international sign language. When you want to make an intervention, kindly click Request to Speak button. When the chair calls upon you to take the floor, the microphone and camera icons will turn red. Please click Unmute and turn on and deliver your intervention. Do not click Release Mic until you have completed your intervention, as this will cancel your request. Once you have completed your intervention, kindly click Release Mic. For technical issues related to Kudo, kindly click Technical Support tab under Messaging icon and type your messages there. Our technician will assist you shortly. The Secretary will be monitoring the messaging in Kudo. However, the Secretary kindly requests that all substantive questions or interventions be raised by using the Request to Speak button. And finally, to prevent echoes and interference, please stay on the floor language when you speak and ensure that other devices connected to Kudo in the same room are turned off. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, the Secretariat. I will now open the floor for country statements. I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 3 minutes, to ensure we can hear from all those participating. I also would like to remind delegations that in case of a longer statement, you may only deliver the summary version and provide the Secretariat with the full statement for sharing through the Commission website. Based on the request received, the Secretariat has prepared a tentative list of speakers in order to maintain order and for delegations to be ready to take the floor. When I call on the speaker, I will also announce the 2 delegations next in line. Delegations in the room called upon to speak would speak from the podium, while delegations online would need to click the Request to Speak button on Kudo as announced by the Secretariat. I hope this is clear to all delegations. If so, I now open the floor for country statements. The first speaker is His Excellency Mr. Thandi Dorji, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bhutan, to be followed by Nepal and then Cambodia. Please, His Excellency Mr. Thandi Dorji, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bhutan, you have the floor, please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you the warm greetings of His Majesty the King and the people of Bhutan on this momentous occasion. It gives me great pleasure to address this August gathering today as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of ESCAP under the dynamic leadership of Madam Executive Secretary and her able team. Over the last 50 years, Bhutan has greatly benefited from our close association with the institution. The ESCAP's technical assistance and support extended in human resource development have benefited us immensely. I am also pleased to welcome this year's theme of the session to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. It is timely and appropriate to rethink sustainability and develop new strategies to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. As we celebrate our collective achievements today, it is also time to take stock of the achievements made thus far. It is evident from the ESCAP's SDG Report 2022 and the current trajectory that our region is not on track to achieve most of the goals by 2030. This is a grave concern and casts a grim prospect for the region's future, which calls for redoubling our efforts to advance sustainable goals. Excellencies, the progress in the region and worldwide has been decelerated by the pandemic, and it is only going to get worse with the conflict in Europe. Millions of people in our region alone are pushed back into desperate situations. People have lost jobs and retrograded to extreme poverty, thereby widening the inequality gap. Despite these challenges, it also provides an opportunity to rethink the future of the region, to galvanize our actions and to build back better and green. Together, we must cooperate and find solutions to the current crisis and prevent future emergencies such as this. In this connection, we must revisit regional plans and fiscal policies for a future that is more resilient and sustainable with the purpose of leaving no one behind. Towards this, we must look into how to facilitate seamless movement of essential commodities during times of crisis. The international financial institutions should continue to play a proactive role for the region, enabling easy access to financial needs. Governments alone cannot tackle the sea of challenges we face today. Tackling crises of this scale requires a whole of society approach with heightened levels of regional effort and cooperation. Excellencies, Bhutan has embraced the sustainable development path and has mainstreamed the SDGs into our national plans and programs. We have made broad-based progress across most of the SDGs, but we still have a lot to do given the significant impacts of the pandemic. So far, we have presented 2 voluntary national review reports on SDGs to the UN High-Level Political Forum, one in 2018 and the other in 2021. Despite the adverse impacts of the pandemic on the socio-economic landscape, we are blessed to have the enlightened leadership of His Majesty the King, under whose constant guidance the government introduced various interventions aimed at minimizing the impacts of the pandemic with targeted economic and social measures projected towards a reassuring path of recovery. Many other significant reforms are currently taking place in Bhutan in the civil service, education, and economic sectors. These reforms are geared towards boosting our economy to suit the needs of time. In conclusion, realigning the ESCAP's priorities and activities towards addressing the economic recovery in the region is essential. It is also important for ESCAP to assess and analyze the dynamics of the pandemic and see how our region should be better prepared to tackle future health and economic crises. Lastly, we look forward to ESCAP's continued leadership and support. We have full confidence that ESCAP will continue to play the leading role in achieving the region's sustainable and green recovery. I wish you a very successful session and fruitful deliberations. I thank you and Tashdile.
Thank you, Excellency Foreign Minister of Bhutan, for your statement. Next, may I invite His Excellency Mr. Narayan Khatka, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nepal. Please, the floor is yours.
Chair of the Commission, His Excellency Mr. Dan Permuda, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs for the Kingdom of Thailand. Excellencies, the Head of State and Government, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. While I am addressing this session, I fondly remember the 58th session of the Commission which I had chaired in May 2002. At the outset, let me express my sincere gratitude for steering the session with high professionalism. I would like to congratulate the UN ESCAP on its 75th anniversary and wish every success of the Commission. Nepal highly values the work of the Commission and acknowledges its contribution in the region in the field of infrastructure, human development, environment, among others. Nepal has been engaged with the Commission constructively ever since we became its member. I also wish to pay our tribute to the Secretariat for its continuous service to fulfill the goals of the Commission, and I assure you of my delegation's full support in the days ahead. The Commission has worked for over 7 decades with profound dedication and expertise, even during the challenging times such as COVID-19 pandemic. I am confident that the commemorative event will rekindle new aspirations and provide new directions for regional development and a shared prosperity among the membership. In 2015, we adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development for the benefit of people, planet, and prosperity. However, the path to timely achievement of the SDGs has been a challenging one. Natural disasters, including climate catastrophe, rising commodity and fuel prices, and trade protectionism, among others, have marred the achievements to us all, particularly to the countries in special situations, including the LDCs. The negative impacts of the pandemic, the ongoing global crisis, and dearth of development financing have further deteriorated the situation. Such a situation demands global commitment, solidarity, and urgent actions to fulfill our obligations towards posterity. We welcome the global initiatives and support measures taken in response to these challenges. However, we must do more. We need to focus on accelerated and deliberate actions that promote sustainability. In this connection, the ESCAP's Reclaiming Our Future report correctly identifies the elements for a common agenda for present and future generations. Nepal welcomes the report of the Commission and holds the view that the global community should work together to protect people and the planet from pandemics and disasters, promote trade and investment, enhance digital capacity, and raise resources to realize development goals. Excellency, Nepal has been striving to mitigate the adverse impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on education, health, foreign employment, tourism, and the manufacturing sectors. Nepal initiated a nationwide vaccination campaign in January 2021. We extend our sincere gratitude to all our friends and development partners for supporting us with vaccines, medicines, and medical equipment during these trying times. We are on track regarding universal vaccination target set by the WHO. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, Nepal's achievement in SDGs related goals and targets was significant. Based on this, Nepal is recommended for graduation from the LDC category by 2026. However, the pandemic added new challenges to the existing ones. Moreover, decreasing remittances and trending trade deficits have limited our choices. We have introduced some measures to maintain a healthy economy. We are focusing on strengthening health care system, reducing poverty, creating decent jobs, and increasing the productive capacity. We need to strengthen regional cooperation and engage in inclusive dialogue on interconnected issues of the world, such as managing debt, tax evasion, environmental sustainability, and world trade, among others. I hope this session of ESCAP provides sustainable and pragmatic policy suggestions that enable people to partake in the collective journey of development, leaving no one behind in true sense. I thank all of you and I wish you a successful conclusion of the meeting.
Thank you, Excellency Foreign Minister of Nepal. Next, I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Lee Tuk, Senior Minister, President of National Committee for ESCAP, and First Vice President of Cambodia Mild Action and Victim Assistance, Royal Government of Cambodia, to be followed by Micronesia and Timor-Leste. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and honor today for the Cambodian delegation to participate in the 78th session of United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, under the theme, A Common Agenda to Advance Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. On behalf of the government of Cambodia, I would like to sincerely congratulate the 75th anniversary of the establishment of the UNTAC of the ESCAP and express my profound thanks and high appreciation to the ESCAP for hosting and inviting me to share insights at this important event. The journey for Common Agenda in Cambodia started back in late 2015 when Cambodia and 188 other UN member states endorsed the Global Sustainable Development Goals at the UN General Assembly and the later adoption of the Cambodia's SDGs Framework 2016-2030 with its 18 goals, 88 targets, and 48 indicators. The Cambodian SDGs 18, titled "End the Negative Impact of Mines and Explosive Remnants of War," and promote victim assistance. Mr. Chair, unfortunately, my country, Cambodia, is one of the most contaminated by landmines and other explosive remnants of war, with over 2,000 square kilometers contaminated land remains to be cleared. And it stands among the top 3 countries in the world, Afghanistan and Iraq, with the higher numbers of people with disabilities. Leave no contaminated land behind. Mr. Chair, the progress of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda has been interrupted by various emerging issues, including the coronavirus disease, geopolitical competition, disastrous effects of a changing climate, etc. We are rapidly approaching the 2030 horizon for the goals. Those uncertainties and destabilizing factors in the world economy has become more pronounced. All these poses growing challenges to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. It is clear we are not making adequate progress. The Chair, honorable delegates, facing various risks and challenges, the international community calls for closer international cooperation, more effective connectivity, and more open and inclusive world economy, as this will help secure more consensus, pool more strength, and foster more cooperation for sustainable development. Cambodia believes that the battle against COVID-19 and those challenges requires a joint prudent decision-making under the framework of the multilateralism, by respecting the national laws and sovereignty of each individual nation, regardless of its size or wealth. Cambodia is ready to join all relevant department partners, both bilateral and multilateral, to contribute to the efforts of restoring the socio-economic situation and promoting prosperity for all. Mr. Chair, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as the chair of ASEAN, Cambodia is seeking to address the common challenges facing our region. With a strong solidarity from ASEAN member states and the support of its external partners, Cambodia aims to further advance the ASEAN community building process and so to sustain ASEAN regional critical importance for global trade, investment, and supply chains. Cambodia will continue to push for a more vibrant and harmonious ASEAN community with better protection of migrant workers, a greener and more inclusive development agenda, and more advanced digital transformation for micro, small, and medium enterprises, women, and youth entrepreneurship. May I conclude by expressing my strong hope for strengthened multilateralism with the United Nations at the core to galvanize international solidarity for the global community to succeed in overcoming the COVID-19 crisis, advancing peace, sustainable development, and shared prosperity for all. Multilateralism is our hope, and we look to the UN as our beacon of hope. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Senior Minister of Cambodia. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Kandi Eliesa, Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Micronesia. Please, the floor is yours.
Where's the statement? Chair of this commission session, Madam Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me much pleasure today to deliver this brief statement on behalf of the government and the people of the Federated States of Micronesia. At the outset, I wish to pay my sincere respect and sentiments of goodwill to all who are in this hybrid platform, honoring this occasion of our UN ESCAP. As a member country, I wish to reaffirm that the Federated States of Micronesia remains grateful and appreciative of its robust engagement portfolio with ESCAP, a portfolio carved out through many years of cooperation and collaboration. Excellencies, it is over 2 years into the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm sure all would agree that our world has significantly changed over the past years owing to unprecedented health, social, and economic challenges and the loss of millions of human lives due to this raging pandemic. These adverse and tragic impacts continue to this very moment as I speak. Hence, with this opportunity, kindly allow me to convey heartfelt condolences and sympathies to the membership of ESCAP, particularly members who lost precious lives as a consequence of the pandemic. In some ways, perhaps this tragic experience served as a reminder to all of us of the vulnerabilities of our human family, or simply of how precious life really is. Excellencies, I fully support such a timely and aptly coined theme of this commission session, quote, a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific, unquote, which, in my humble view, summons our accelerated individual and collective efforts to find common solutions to development challenges that rob us, particularly the most vulnerable and less resourceful among us, from achieving the 2015 Sustainable Development Goals. We are at a critical juncture, having passed the midway point in our progress, or lack of it, to achieving the 17 SDGs, and for many countries in the Pacific region, such as the Federated States of Micronesia, the blueprint provided by the SDGs to achieve a better and sustainable future for our people has not been an easy one to follow. The onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic has not been helpful. While my country remains one of a fortunate few to be COVID-19 free, this does not come without tremendous costs as we redirect limited resources to addressing health, economic, and social impacts of the pandemic, while ensuring that we keep the pandemic away from our widely dispersed islands. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it is the imperative that no nation, rich or poor, small or big, can find the pandemic on its own, and that we must unite in a spirit of international cooperation and solidarity to come to each other's aid without leaving anyone behind. For my country, we simply cannot address the multifaceted, deep-seated impacts of the pandemic without the much-needed assistance provided to us from our development partners and friends. And so I want to take this opportunity to thank all our development partners and friends, some of whom are attending our meeting today, for your continued support in mitigating the pervasive impacts of the pandemic to enable achievement of our development aspirations. Given our extreme vulnerabilities and limitations as a small island state, we have unfortunately regressed in our efforts to address these challenges and will continue to need help from our development partners and friends. It is in this connection that we are planning to hold a roundtable with development partners next month to highlight our national priorities and seek continued assistance and support. Indeed, the pandemic has exacerbated the impacts of existing challenges stemming from climate change and non-communicable diseases, which remain at critical crisis point in our blue Pacific continent and constitute a real and formidable threat in our island communities and in the livelihood of our peoples. In simple terms, the Commission's theme generally translates into the notion that we must continue to work together to achieve a more inclusive and sustainable green recovery to build back together and better. Excellencies, as part and parcel of our national efforts to advance the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Federated States of Micronesia is a proud host of a recently established UN multi-country office, which covers the North Pacific region and houses various UN agencies that play an active role in our development efforts, including the achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals. We are grateful that ESCAP has responded very positively to our request made in our country statement during the 77th Commission session by rendering a decision recently to assign Ms. Wai-Moon Hong to the position of ESCAP Region Advisor for the North Pacific to be based in the FSM under the newly established UN Multi-Country Office. We look forward to welcoming Ms. Hong to the Federated States of Micronesia to be part of the UN Joint Team that are doing great work for my country, including the rest of its Northern Pacific clientele. Such closer physical representation of ESCAP will not only strengthen development cooperation for my country, but will also further enhance the portfolio of the newly established UN Multi-Country Office here in the North Pacific. Excellencies, our collective presence in the session signifies the paramount importance of international cooperation and partnership to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In that spirit, I wish to conclude by thanking ESCAP for this opportunity to say a few words to this August session and to extend to all nations in attendance what my country and people seek from each: peace, friendship, cooperation, and love in our common humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Foreign Secretary of Micronesia, for your statement. Next, I have the honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Fidelis Manuel Lete Magalhaes, Minister of Presidency of the Council of Ministers of Timor-Leste, and then to be followed by Brunei Darussalam, and then Turkmenistan. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, warm greetings from Timor-Leste. Sustainable development is never far from my government's mind. On the 20th of May, only 3 days ago, we celebrated our 20-year anniversary of the restoration of our independence. And it has been a time of reflection on our achievements, as well as an opportunity to focus on our continued challenges and how we can do better over the next 20 years. Like our neighbors and indeed all countries across the world, Timor-Leste has not been immune from the health and economic effects of the COVID-19 global pandemic, while at the same time we are facing the challenges coming from climate change. These uniquely challenging times have shown the strength of our nation and its successes in acting together as one, as a united government at the service of its people, and our people's societal capacity for resilience and adaptation to shocks. The government and we as a people and a nation tackled COVID-19 decisively and effectively. We quickly mobilized over $220 million, including $92 million for immediate economic response measures. With unprecedented planning and speed, we developed an emergency response unit. with goodwill and cooperation from our neighbors and development partners, we were able to maintain our international connectivity, ensuring much needed medical supplies, vaccines, food, and other supplies that could reach our nation. The past 2 years has taught us more than ever how interdependent our region and world are. And while we closed our borders, we did not close our reliance on our trading partners and development partners. We understand that these challenges are not going away. If anything, we expect the impacts from climate change and future pandemics to become part of our way of living. We must learn to manage these risks and protect our people, starting from increasing our national food security challenges and implementing development policies that minimize harm to our environment. This does not mean that we become more isolated. In fact, the opposite is more important. We must have regional approaches to addressing our environmental and economic challenges. Our cooperation with ESCAP over our short history of nationhood has been one of a shared vision to create a better world for our people and our region. Timor-Leste was proud to take up the chair of the 6th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, the APFSD, in 2019. And in the same year, we conducted our first voluntary national review, VNR, of our progress against the Sustainable Development Goals. This work, together with other cooperation, is invaluable in helping us learn, share experiences, and therefore be able to better implement and more informed policies for our country and our people. Lastly, I congratulate the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, on reaching its 75th birthday. This milestone is a testament to the value and importance of ESCAP for our region. We look forward to the next 75 years of cooperation with ESCAP, and confident that the benefits of regional cooperation will lift us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency Minister, for your statement. The next speaker is Honorable Dato Seri Setia Haji Awang Abdul Mukti Haji Mod Doat, Minister at the Prime Minister's Office of Brunei Darussalam, and to be followed by Turkmenistan and then Russia. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, for the past 2 years, we have had to make tough decisions that inevitably hindered our progress toward our 2030 goals, but we consistently work together to build back better. Thus, this year's theme could not have been more pertinent as it is time to mobilize our collective effort to get us back on track. With this in mind, I would like to share 2 points. First, progress toward universal health coverage by 2030 must be accelerated. Universal health coverage has been the cornerstone of Brunei Darussalam healthcare system to guarantee the quality of life of our people. Amidst the pandemic, maintaining this policy has been challenging. Swift fiscal reallocation and strategic whole-of-nation efforts were critical in continuing free access to vaccines and treatment. In strengthening the resilience of our healthcare system, international cooperation is vital. The leverage from bilateral and multilateral ties, particularly in maintaining the supply chain of medical supplies, contributed to the sustainability of our health policy. As such, we value existing collaboration under ESCAP, contributing to universal health coverage, and welcome further progress in the relevant action plan. Second, responsive regional action to the threat of climate change is imperative. Noting that the 2030 Agenda demands a swift and just transition to inclusive, low-carbon, and resilient economies, Brunei Darussalam is fully committed to contributing to the objectives of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the goals of the Paris Agreement. In fulfilling our commitment and implementing strategies under the Brunei Darussalam National Climate Change Policy, regional collaboration is instrumental. ESCAP has generated commendable momentum through its environmental protection efforts, among others. On this note, we believe that by building an effective pathway to reducing greenhouse gas emission, we can keep the 1.5 degrees target alive. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, ESCAP continues to be fundamental not only in fostering collaboration, but also in guiding the region's progress towards sustainable development. Brunei Darussalam is pleased to be recipients of such guidance in the form of capacity building and technical assistance, particularly enhancing transparency and monitoring capacity. As we embark on a common agenda, the valuable support from ESCAP will be necessary and fitting with the region's need. For this reason, we look forward to the endorsement of the draft resolution in this session. To conclude, let me take this opportunity to congratulate ESCAP on its momentous 75th anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Brunei Darussalam, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Sergei Vernishin, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. Please, you have the floor, and then to be followed by Maldives and then India.
Уважаемый господин председатель, для начала хотел бы поздравить всех присутствующих с 75-летием, юбилеем комиссии. Это само по себе знаковое событие. Не менее символично, что после долгого перерыва мы получили возможность провести сессию в очном формате. Ведь за время пандемии государства-члены смогли освоить самые разные методы удаленной работы, но мы признательны секретариату за обеспечение бесперебойного конференционного обслуживания. Однако пришло время возвращаться к традиционным формам заседания, как это предусмотрено правилами процедуры. Их эффективность, объективно говоря, выше. Не могу не отметить, что достигнутые успехи в борьбе с пандемией стали возможными благодаря слаженным ответным мерам всего мирового сообщества. Неоценимую роль сыграли вакцины, которые на сегодняшний день представляют собой наиболее эффективный способ профилактики коронавирусной инфекции. С удовлетворением отмечаем, что российская вакцина «Спутник В» зарегистрирована в 71 стране с общим населением более 4 миллиардов человек. И большая часть из них приходится именно на Азиатско-Тихоокеанский регион. Пользуясь случаем, хотел бы поблагодарить всех партнеров за доверие к российским препаратам и в целом конструктивный настрой на сотрудничество, что в конечном счете позволяет спасать множество жизней. Уважаемый господин председатель, Азиатско-Тихоокеанский регион на сегодняшний день является глобальным экономическим лидером. За последние 50 лет удалось добиться прогресса в сокращении бедности. У граждан большинства стран появились дополнительные возможности вести здоровый и продуктивный образ жизни. Однако появились и новые риски. Мы столкнулись с вызовами, угрожающими обратить вспять достигнутый за десятилетия прогресс в области устойчивого развития. Призываем наращивать усилия стран региона по устойчивому экономическому росту путем улучшения систем социальной защиты. Ситуация, когда меры социальной поддержки в развитых странах приближаются к $1000 США на человека, а в странах с низким уровнем дохода не превышают и $5, такая ситуация ненормальна. Необходимо выстраивать сотрудничество на основе единства и солидарности, не позволяя политическим факторам и конфронтационной риторике деструктивно воздействовать на общие усилия по реализации повестки 2030. Со своей стороны вносим вклад в эту деятельность, как по линии международных организаций, так и на двусторонней основе. Общий объем оказанного нашей страной содействия развитию в прошлом году составил $1 миллиард. Кроме того, Россия является активным участником международных усилий в области изменения климата. Мы расцениваем реализацию Парижского соглашения как стимул выйти на траекторию устойчивого к изменению климата низкоэмиссионного развития. Правительством России запущена реализация комплекса мер по совершенствованию регулирования и сокращению выбросов парниковых газов и адаптации всего хозяйственного комплекса страны к изменению климата. Россия готова к к сотрудничеству на взаимовыгодной основе со всеми государствами и интеграционными объединениями в интересах обеспечения благополучия в преодолении неравенства в ВТР. Отмечаем успешный опыт взаимодействия по линии Евразийского экономического союза и АСЕАН по улучшению бизнес-климата в странах-членах. Благодарим секретариат ESCAP за презентацию в ходе политического диалога по устойчивому развитию в Северо-Восточной Азии, организованного Россией в рамках председательства в расширенной Туманганской инициативе. С сожалением, приходится констатировать, что сегодня система международных отношений переживает один из наиболее острых кризисов в современной истории. Попытки отдельных центров силы навязать свое видение идеальной демократии или идеальной экономической модели самым негативным образом влияют на глобальные экономические процессы, повышают риски в финансовой сфере, грозят фрагментацией торгово-экономических связей и в конечном итоге срывом всех устремлений по снижению неравенства. Мы нацелены на обеспечение стабильности в регионе и продвижение объединительной повестки. Видим в этом залог успешного решения странами региона насущных социально-экономических задач. ESCAP представляет собой оптимальную площадку для такого рода диалога. И Российская Федерация продолжит оказывать комиссии политическую, экспертную и финансовую поддержку. Призываем к этому и остальных государств-членов. В заключение, господин председатель, хочу сказать, выступления отдельных делегаций, прозвучавшие сегодня, затрагивали украинскую тематику. В частности, мы обратили внимание на содержащийся в обращении президента Грузии Зарубишвили тезис о российском вторжении на Украину. От имени делегации Российской Федерации официально выражаем протест по поводу такого рода заявлений. Они неприемлемы по существу и уж тем более неуместны для формата ESCAP. Достаточно посмотреть на документы, касающиеся круга ведения комиссии. Подобного рода сентенции чреваты подрывом нормативных устоев ESCAP, политизацией работы комиссии и непродуктивным отвлечением внимания государств-членов от рассмотрения вопросов, стоящих в повестке дня. Оставляем за собой право на ответ по данной теме на заключительном этапе работы сессии. От имени делегации Российской Федерации также обращаемся ко всем делегациям государств-членов комиссии с призывом избегать ангажированной политической риторики, которая не имеет отношения к субстантивным вопросам, стоящим в повестке дня. Спасибо большое.
Thank you, Excellency Deputy Foreign Minister of Russia. And I also note your request to exercise the right of reply. Of course, I will accordingly invite delegation to exercise the right of reply at the end of the meeting, if any. But I wish to remind that the delegation that the Commission has agreed that statements in the exercise of the right of reply will be delivered at the end of the meeting, at which the right is requested. Thank you. The next, may I invite His Excellency Mr. Ahmad Khalin, Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Maldives, to deliver his statement, to be followed by Turkmenistan and Japan. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Maldives delegation, let me extend warm greetings to you, Mr. Chairman, on your election to preside over this important 78th session of the Commission. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Executive Secretary and the members of ESCAP on the 75th anniversary of the Commission. Let me also join others in commending the very useful and substantial contribution made by the Commission to the development of the region over the past 75 years. I also wish to express my sincere appreciation to the Secretariat for the very comprehensive theme study prepared for the consideration of this Commission session. My delegation recognizes the challenges we face in building back better and takes note of the very useful recommendations in the study. Excellencies, the past 2 years were unlike any other that we have ever seen. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed the full extent of our vulnerabilities. Our economy, largely based on tourism, came to an abrupt halt. Businesses were shut, schools were closed, and many of our development projects had to be put on hold. Our scarce resources had to be diverted to fighting COVID-19. Despite the debilitating impact of the pandemic, the saying that every cloud has a silver lining is true even in the case of COVID-19. It gave us the opportunity to concentrate and improve our healthcare system. In the Maldives, 90 public sector investment projects in the health sector, including 13 new hospitals, are planned for this year. These projects will improve the healthcare services available to our people who already benefit from universal health coverage. The pandemic also served as a reminder that no one is safe until we are all safe. The Maldives has vaccinated 80% of its residents, regardless of nationality or legal status in the country. Yet we cannot feel safe unless those that we have to interact are also vaccinated. We fully support the call to declare vaccine a global public good with equitable access to all. Excellencies, while we are preoccupied with COVID-19 pandemic, we should not forget that climate change poses an even greater threat to humanity than the pandemic. Coastal states and small island states, such as my country, has already started feeling the devastating impact of climate change. The Maldives is an archipelago in the middle of the Indian Ocean. It is the lowest lying country in the world with an average ground elevation of less than 1.5 meters above sea level. Even the slightest rise in sea level has a huge impact on our archipelago. Urgent measures are needed to tackle global warming if we are to avert the impending climate catastrophe. We are extremely worried by the IPCC's finding that the world is not on track to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius in line with the Paris Agreement. The target is still achievable, but only with immediate and deep emission reductions across all sectors. As noted by Maldives' President Ibrahim Mohamed Solih at COP26 held in Glasgow, and I quote, "If the rise in temperature remains unchanged at 1.5 degrees and jumps to 2 degrees, that would be a death sentence for the Maldives," unquote. There is much that we all need to do. On the 16th of this month, Maldives hosted an event to launch the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program on the global goal on adaptation. With this work program in place, it is our sincere hope that countries will muster the necessary political will to reach the 1.5 degrees target that the gaps in adaptation funding will match the climate change challenges that we face today, and that funds will be allocated in such a way that they could be accessed more easily and in a more timely manner. We cannot continue to fund our adaptation needs from our already stranded budgets. Excellencies, Taking the three overlapping crises identified in the theme study for this session would indeed be a challenge for any country, but it is a challenge we must take head-on. We must ensure that we pass on a planet that is green, blue, and vibrant to our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Minister of State of Maldives, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Mohamed Gildi Sirdarov, Minister of Finance and Economy of Turkmenistan. Please, you have the floor. And then to be followed by Japan and then the Republic of Korea. Please.
Спасибо большое. Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые дамы и господа, позвольте выразить признательность за возможность принять участие в работе 78-й сессии СКАТа и пожелать всем участникам успешной работы. Кроме того, хотел бы от лица Туркменистана искренне поздравить всех с 75-летием СКАТа, которое вносит важный вклад в формирование плодотворного сотрудничества и будущего развития в рамках региона Азии и Тихого океана. Пандемия коронавируса сильно повлияла на срок достижения повестки дня в области устойчивого развития в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе. Во многих государствах снизились темпы экономического роста, что отразилось на социальных показателях. Надежное и устойчивое восстановление экономики стран СКАТа после пандемии COVID-19, а также достижение цели устойчивого развития до 2030 года будет возможно лишь в том случае, если будут обеспечены дополнительные инвестиции в экономическую, социальную и экологическую сферы. Во многих государствах региона СКАТа наблюдается нарастающий дефицит сырьевых и энергетических ресурсов, волатильность цен на товарных рынках. Усиливается загрязнение окружающей среды за счет выбросов парниковых газов, повышения температуры и загрязнения различным отходом морских акваторий. Это может оказать влияние на необратимость климатических изменений. Именно поэтому важное значение имеют меры и механизмы постпандемического развития на национальном уровне с учетом конкретных региональных условий, наличия ресурсов и проведения взвешенных макроэкономической, налоговой, бюджетной и денежно-кредитной политик. Несколько слов хотел бы сказать об экономическом развитии Туркменистана. Наша страна уже достигла значительных результатов в плане реализации целей устойчивого развития и продолжает активно проводить комплексные мероприятия, ориентированные на развитие рыночных отношений, диверсификацию и повышение конкурентоспособности экономики, развитие транспортно-транзитных коридоров, внедрение цифровых систем. В условиях пандемии нам удалось сохранить стабильность экономического развития, не останавливать работу большинства ключевых отраслей. По итогам 2021 года и в текущем году темп экономического роста ВВП поддерживается на уровне 6,2%. Уважаемые дамы и господа, в целях улучшения восстановления экономики государств СКАТа после пандемии Туркменистан выступает за ускорение выполнения решения Аддис-Абебейской программы действий по финансированию развития для мобилизации и эффективного использования ресурсов, требуемых для достижения СУР. В этой связи наша страна неизменно подчеркивает целесообразность организации очередной международной конференции по финансированию развития. Данная инициатива озвучивалась нами в рамках 75-й и 76-й сессии Генассамблеи ООН. Поддерживаем дальнейшее укрепление координирующей роли Генеральной Ассамблеи ООН и Экономического и социального совета ООН, а также механизма регулярных политических форумов высокого уровня по устойчивому развитию в деятельность по обзору прогресса реализации повестки 2030. В заключение хотел бы заверить вас, что Туркменистан продолжит продвигать вопрос об обеспечении должного финансирования в реализации глобальных программ и стратегий, основной из которых является повестка дня в области устойчивого развития до 2030 года. Хотел бы пожелать всем участникам встречи здоровья и процветания государств ESCAP. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you very much, Excellency Minister of Turkmenistan, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Miyake Shingo, Parliamentary Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan. You have the floor, sir. And then to be followed by the Republic of Korea and then Iran.
Chairperson, distinguished delegates, let me begin by expressing my congratulations on the 75th anniversary of the establishment of UN ESCAP. I am very pleased to participate in this commission in person. First, Russia's aggressions against Ukraine is an attempt to unilaterally change the status quo by forcibly shaking the very foundation of the international order. It is absolutely unacceptable, and Japan condemns it in the strongest terms. We will continue taking resolute actions in solidarity with the international community in order to defend the foundation of the international order. To make further progress towards sustainable development, it is essential to cooperate with other countries based on the new generation of human security concept, rather than prioritizing one's own interests. The special report UNDP published this February calls for greater solidarity along with protection against empowerment as core principles to overcome new threats to human security in the Anthropocene. From this point of view, Japan has been working on strengthening prevention, preparedness, and response to future pandemics, and also on promoting universal health coverage that is more resilient, equitable, and sustainable, under the principle of no one should be left behind. Climate change has a profound effect on the threat to human security. We need to be united to tackle this most urgent global issue. Last June, Japan announced our contribution to provide climate finance, both public and private, totaling approximately $60 billion over the 5 years from 2021 to 2025. Further, at the COP26, Japan announced the provision of up to $10 billion additional climate finance, both public and private, in the same period in order to ease the committed delivery of $100 billion per year by the developed countries collectively committed, and doubling its assistance for adaptation to approximately $14.8 billion in the same period. 60% of the world population resides in the Asian Pacific region, where natural disasters occur frequently and even intensify year by year. Accordingly, the necessity for disaster risk reduction is ever more important. Japan actively promotes capacity building for effective disaster risk reduction against tsunami, which may cause greater damage in the future due to rising sea levels. As part of this effort, Japan has been supporting a training program on women's leadership in tsunami-based disaster risk reduction for small island states in the Pacific since 2016. Japan is also extending support to disaster risk reduction policy planning that takes into consideration gender equality in the Asia-Pacific region through ESCAP. I hope the current Commission, sharing good practice and lessons, will enhance greater solidarity to realize a post-COVID-19 era that is flexible and resilient and in which the SDGs are achieved. Japan reiterates our continuous effort in cooperation with ESCAP and other stakeholders to advance sustainable development in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency Parliamentary Vice Foreign Minister of Japan, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Lee Do-hun, Second Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, to be followed by India and then Iran. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Madam Chair, Ministers and Ambassadors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking Her Excellency Amida Ali Shabana, Executive Secretary of UN ESCAP. We sincerely appreciate all she has done, and all our deep thanks also go to all the staff for their hard work in organizing this event. The Asia-Pacific region has led global economic growth in the last few decades. Indeed, the region now accounts for more than a third of global production. However, these achievements are being jeopardized amidst the devastating effects of the COVID pandemic, as well as the dire consequences of the war in Ukraine on global economy, especially food and energy security. In addition, the threats of climate change is casting a greater shadow than ever. This crisis cannot be resolved through the efforts of any single country alone. I believe that ESCAP, as the most inclusive intergovernmental platform in the region, is well placed to coordinate our common attempts to address these challenges and advance sustainable development. In particular, I'd like to emphasize 3 pressing issues where our joint endeavors are vital. First, we should continue our concerted push to overcome the pandemic and work together to build a sustainable global health system. The ROK will remain committed to supporting the initiatives of the international community to bring this pandemic to an end and to prepare for any future health crisis. In this respect, Korea will contribute an additional $300 million to the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator. We sincerely wish to render support to developing countries to move toward vaccine self-sufficiency. In this spirit, we will establish the WHO Global Biomanufacturing Workforce Training Hub in Korea, as presented by our President at the 2nd Global COVID-19 Summit this month. Second, we should unite in our efforts to win the fight against climate change. We should abide by the pledges we made at COP26 in Glasgow to keep 1.5 degrees centigrade within reach and achieve carbon neutrality by or around mid-century. Korea, under the new administration, remains wholeheartedly committed to its NDC target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% compared to 2018 levels by 2030. The ROK calls for stronger inclusivity on our path towards carbon neutrality. Sharing knowledge and experience is an integral part of this. Against this backdrop, Korea and Vietnam are co-hosting a side event, sharing ambitions and the way forward, carbon neutrality, goals and cooperation in the Asia-Pacific, here at ESCAP Tuesday this week. We hope to welcome you all to the event. This will be a great venue to discuss how we can reach an inclusive carbon neutrality together. Third, the pursuit of digital cooperation is a key goal. With the acceleration of the digital transformation and the widening of the digital divide during the pandemic, inclusive access to innovative technology has become more important than ever for the sake of sustainable development. On this, Korea has consistently worked closely with ESCAP with a view to building and strengthening the capacity of its members to leverage ICT for socio-economic development. One of the most notable examples of ROK-ESCAP cooperation is the Asian and Pacific Training Center for Information and Communication Technology for Development, APCICT, hosted by the ROK since 2006. Furthermore, Korea has been actively engaged in the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Action Plan 2022-2026 since its drafting group phase, and is currently chairing the plan's Digital Data Working Group. This year, as we mark a milestone, the 75th anniversary of ESCAP, the ROK and ESCAP will co-host the Asia-Pacific Digital Ministerial Conference 2022 in November. This conference will be a great chance to share thoughts on ways to strengthen digital cooperation and ease the digital divide. The support of all the participants here, as well as your governments and organizations, would be most deeply appreciated. Madam Chair, in a richer but riskier world, ESCAP has a vital role to play in advancing sustainable development in the Asia-Pacific. Under our new administration, the ROK will strive to develop into a global pivotal state, which plays a key role in promoting freedom, peace, and prosperity in the region and in the global community. In this regard, as ESCAP's top donor, Korea will continue to join hands with ESCAP and other members to address the global challenges and realize our common agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, Second Vice Foreign Minister of the Republic of Korea, for your statement. The next speaker is Her Excellency Ms. Anupriya Patel, Minister of State for Commerce and Industry of the Government of India. Please, you have the floor, to be followed by Iran and then Bangladesh.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished delegates. I congratulate ESCAP and the fellow member states on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the establishment of ESCAP. India has always espoused the principles of multilateralism and has actively supported the establishment of ESCAP as one of its founding members. India was the first country from South Asia to do so. India takes pride in its journey of 75 years alongside ESCAP and wishes to reaffirm its commitment to ESCAP and its role in regional cooperation and sustainable development in the Asia and Pacific. Mr. Chair, as we're all aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has imposed serious challenges before countries in their development journey across the world. I wish to congratulate the countries in the Asia-Pacific region for their remarkable actions against the pandemic. To fight the pandemic, India has launched multifaceted efforts on the domestic as well as global front. We are running a highly successful vaccination drive in the country, which is nearing the 2 billion vaccine doses mark, and guided by the philosophy of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. India has assisted over 150 countries across the globe with essential medicines, medical equipments, vaccines, and other medical supplies to strengthen their combat against the pandemic. The impact of this pandemic could be long-lasting, influencing all spheres of our life, but we should not let this pandemic affect or reduce the pace of our development activities, including the timely implementation and achievement of the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. India also believes that the developed countries have an essential obligation to provide financial assistance to the developing countries so that they can fully achieve the SDGs. There is a need for a united voice so that the developed countries honor their commitment of official development assistance, especially in these unprecedented times. The ESCAP platform, India believes, should also be utilized for sharing of best practices and developmental experiences in the region. Mr. Chair, in India, our domestic initiatives closely relate to several targets under the SDGs. Through our anti-poverty programs, we have been able to lift 275 million people from multidimensional poverty in the last decades. Furthermore, the Prime Minister's Garib Kalyan Yojana, launched in March 2020, has supported the poor in each and every way during the testing times of COVID pandemic. This package includes insurance cover of $65,000 USD for health workers, subsidized food grains for 800 million people, direct beneficiary transfer for 200 million women, etc. And this underlines the commitments of Indian government for its citizens, more so for the poor and the downtrodden. The COVID-19 pandemic has also taught a lesson to the world that global economy needs greater diversification of the global value chains, building of resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. It is with this objective that India has continued its program of economic reforms and is emerging as one of the fastest growing market economies with an expected GDP growth of 8.3% in 2022-23 and well poised to become a $5 trillion economy by 2025. I'm happy to inform that despite COVID hardships in 2021-22, for the first time, the merchandise exports from India crossed the $400 billion mark. During the same period, India also emerged as the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, with more than 70,000 recognized startups and 100 unicorns valued at $332.7 million, covering all sectors ranging from IT services, healthcare, life sciences, education, and agriculture. India's commitment to become a net zero emission nation by 2070, of building a 50% renewable energy capacity by 2030 with 500 gigawatt, our resolve for a 45% reduction in carbon intensity and a cut down in the carbon emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030 are prime examples of our strong action against emerging threats of climate change. India believes in innovative solutions and scientific research for addressing the environmental concerns. It is with this objective the National Hydrogen Mission was launched to aid the Government of India in meeting its climate target within the set time frame. Mr. Chair, India joins the member states of the ESCAP in working collectively for a sustainable development process where no one is left behind. I emphasize our collective actions in the next 8 years will decide the future course of our coming generations. Allow me to conclude with a popular shloka from Rigveda. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kashit, Dukh Bhag Bhavet, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. It means, may all be prosperous and happy, may all be free from illness, may all see what is auspicious and good, may no one suffer in any way, may peace prevail in all realms. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time and attention. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Excellency Minister of State of India, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Dr. Mahdi Ghazafari, Head of National Development Fund, to be followed by Bangladesh. The floor is yours, please.
In the name of Allah, Honorable Chair, Her Excellency Madam Executive Secretary, Her Excellency Madam Her Excellency, Madam Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address the 78th session of ESCAP and all distinguished delegates. The 78th session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, commemorates the 75th anniversary of the establishment of ESCAP. I would like to congratulate the countries of Asia and the Pacific and ESCAP leadership and staff in Bangkok and its sub-regional offices and regional institutions on his landmark occasion in the history of our region. The 78th session of ESCAP is being held guided by the overall inspirational theme, a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. The theme highlights the need for a common agenda, a common vision, as well as concentrate action if we are to achieve the sustainable development goals in a tangible and measurable way. The Islamic Republic of Iran firmly holds to the opinion that ESCAP should continue as a regional platform for dialogue and policy coordination for sustainable development, prosperity, and well-being of its members and the people, based on multilateralism, justice, and fairness for all. To this end, we need collectively to do much more. In particular, the first, development gap in the region should be bridged. The gaps in various fields, including technology level, access to financial resources, trade markets, investment and financing for development, connectivity, digital economy, food security, as well as environmental protection and social development. To achieve this goal, the right to development should be recognized by ESCAP member as a basis right of the people and a requirement for realization of sustainable development. The second, we, the nation and the governments in the region, need more than before to work together to build up the Asia and the Pacific region of peace and prosperity, along with the other parts of the globe. For this purpose, the members should avoid politicizing development process and strengthen coherence and solidarity. Without such a determination, we would not be able to achieve our invaluable goals of peace, prosperity, and well-being. The third, collective endeavor and multilateralism, as well as regional and international cooperation, should be considered as a very basic principle and the fundamental mechanism for political, economic, and social life in the region. Unilateralism, self-interest foreign policy agendas, and unilateral coercive measures prove to be against the collective will and interests of the people and countries. Unilateral coercive measures which infringe the fundamental principles of the international law and principle set forth in the Charter of the United Nations, remains one of the most pressing challenges and hindrances in ensuring effective international cooperation and multilateralism. It also denies nations of their inherent rights to development, the right to health and life, and deprives government of essential means for sustainable development and hinders international cooperation in the related areas. The people of my country have been a victim of such a coercive unilateral sanctions applied by another member state as a tool of economic terrorism. Hence, application of these inhuman acts and measures should be seized and condemned by all. The force. Our region is exposed to various types of challenges and risks, and in order to achieve inclusive, resilient, and sustainable development, we need enhanced regional cooperation to tackle them like never before. The environment crisis, including climate change effects, degradation, water scarcity, food security, desertification, and finally the most terrible phenomenon of sand and dust storms, especially in West Asia, that has become a huge and serious crisis, jeopardize the health and lives of people and has impacted heavily the economies of the affected countries. We believe that the people in the region deserve a healthy and sound environment and a protected ecosystem. Therefore, such challenges need to be considered as common responsibility and addressed collectively. We also believe that ESCAP could provide a state-of-the-art platform to this end. The fifth, the Islamic Republic of Iran, despite facing challenges such as illegitimate unilateral sanctions, COVID-19, drought, sand and dust storms, and other natural disasters, has successfully advancing its social and economic development policies and plans in different sectors. It has been in the spirit of the multilateralism and regional cooperation that Islamic Republic of Iran hosted the ESCAP Asia and Pacific Center for Development of Disaster Information Management, APDIM, and provide financial and non-financial contribution, including the premises of the center. The center, despite being established in 2018, has already been able to take effective measures and provide valuable services in enhancing disaster information and knowledge management and promoting regional cooperation to reduce the risk and negative impact of disaster and thereby contribute to achieving sustainable development in our region. Up until now, my government has contributed to the work of APDIM more than $6 million and is committed to continue providing financial and in-kind contributions and support to APDIM for its functioning and realization of its goal and objective for the benefits of all nations in the region. In this regard, I would like to appreciate the trust which has been vested in my country. To conclude, I would like once again to express my gratitude and wish all the best, good health, prosperity, and ever success for all nations throughout the region as well as the globe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. Now we have the last speaker in our list of today's meeting. May I now invite Ms. Fatima Jasmine, Secretary, Economic Relations Division, Ministry of Finance of Bangladesh. You have the floor, please.
Speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good day to you all. I am honored to have the opportunity to speak before the esteemed gathering at the 78th session of UN ESCAP amid commemoration of the 75th anniversary of its establishment. It is an immense pleasure for me to congratulate ESCAP for the accomplishments in its long journey, making commendable contribution to the member countries in the Asia and the Pacific. The 78th session is taking place at the time when the world is transitioning to post-pandemic era with immense responsibilities than before. It is needless to mention that the combined efforts of all stakeholders are a prerequisite to bring us back the lost trajectory of sustainable development. We urge ESCAP to advocate to the international community for enhancing development cooperation to LDC and other developing countries in need. Despite the huge impact of COVID-19, Excellency, the government of Bangladesh relentlessly worked to protect the hard-earned socio-economic growth that the country has been enjoying for over last 1 decade before COVID strikes in. Bangladesh faced tremendous challenges both on the public health and economic front, which are being overcome through very bold and prudent leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. The country witnessed a 3-decade low economic growth of 3.45% in the fiscal year 2020. However, the country has turned around and back to fast recovery pathway. Excellencies, Bangladesh as well as the other graduating countries of the regions are exposed to rising challenges intensified by the COVID-19 pandemic in achieving the sustainable development goals and sustaining the graduation momentum. We are thankful to UN ESCAP for its relentless endeavor to extend support to the LDCs, including graduating ones in the area of improving productive capacity and structural transformation. Nonetheless, we feel that there should be a new era for international support measures with the aim of technology and technological knowledge sharing for the smooth transition of all the graduating LDCs. Excellencies, Bangladesh is also keen on utilizing the opportunities within the Asia-Pacific region to facilitate regional trade and services, investment, information, skilled labor, capital for reversing the disruption caused by pandemic. It is also of paramount interest to establish seamless connectivity in the areas of transport, energy, ICT, and deepening financial cooperation within the Asia-Pacific region. Bangladesh is engaged in various regional initiatives such as SAARC, BIMSTEC, BBIN, BCIM, EC, etc. And we feel that there is a need for further strengthening of this cooperation. We need to capitalize the best outcomes of the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the recent trend of rising global inflation is another emerging concern in the region. The shock comes at the time when recovery from pandemic is still underway. Asia Pacific region is the most vibrant and growing region in the world. It is a home to 65% of the world population. We have to continue to equip ourselves with skills, education, infrastructure, climate change actions, and regional cooperation in attaining the targets of SDGs together. I believe that during this session, we shared our experience and learned from each other in order to agree on a common agenda to implement the SDGs successfully in the Asia and the Pacific region, as well as other part of the world. Once again, thank you all and wish you a very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement. This brings us to the end of the proceedings for today. It is my great honor to chair this session. I would now like to call on the Secretariat to make any announcement, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all delegates. Delegations are reminded that at this session, the Commission will be electing the governing councils of the Asian Pacific Training Center for Information Communication Technology for Development, APC-ICT, the Asian Pacific Center for Development of Disaster Information Management, APDIM, the Center for Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization, CSAM, and the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, SIAP. As stipulated in the statute for the four centers, in addition to the host countries, Republic of Korea for APC-ICT, Islamic Republic of Iran for APDIM, China for CSAM, and Japan for SIAP, the Commission will elect 8 additional members for each of the governing councils. Nominations have been received from the following delegations. For APC-ICT, Armenia, Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Micronesia, Philippines, Russian Federation, Tajikistan, and Thailand. For APDIM, Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, Macau, China, Micronesia, Mongolia, Tajikistan, and Turkey. For CSAM, Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, Malaysia, Micronesia, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Vietnam. And for SIAP, Bangladesh, Cambodia, China, Georgia, India, Kyrgyzstan, Malaysia, Micronesia, Mongolia, Pakistan, Philippines, Republic of Korea, Russian Federation, Tajikistan, Thailand, and Vietnam. Candidates were invited to issue statements indicating their aims, vision, and/or commitments as members of the Governing Council should they be elected to the Council. The statements received have been circulated to all member states and are also available on the Commission website under the tab Council Elections. The elections will take place tomorrow morning from 11 to 13 hours in Conference Room 4. Delegations unable to send a representative to Bangkok will be able to cast their votes simultaneously in 2 alternative locations, at the ESCAP Sub-Regional Office for the Pacific in Suva, Fiji, and at the premises of CSAM in Beijing, China. In accordance with paragraph 6 of the Commission's terms of reference, associate members are not entitled to vote. However, paragraph 7 stipulates that associate members are eligible to be appointed as members of any committee or subordinate body and shall be eligible to vote and hold office in such body. Voting will be by secret ballot. Ballot papers will be provided in the election room. All members in attendance are kindly requested to cast their vote. And a reminder to all nominees, please vote for yourself. I'm also pleased to remind all delegates that the Executive Secretary and the Chair of the 78th Commission session, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand, are hosting a reception for all participants at the Commission now, after the conclusion of this very meeting, in front of the ESCAP hall here on level 2. And we invite all participants in the room to join the reception. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, the Secretariat, for your announcement. On this note, I adjourn this meeting. We shall reconvene at 10 a.m. Bangkok time sharp tomorrow, Tuesday, 24th of May. The meeting is now adjourned. I thank you.